Good morning, traders. I'm excited to get into the market. This guy right here fighting Warren Buffett. Yes, find out how Money Mitch is going after Warren Buffett here. Hit the like. Let's get it started. Live trading with Benzinga.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Those words have been dancing around my head all night. Oh, it's Vegas lore, that phrase.
All right, good morning, traders, and I'm sorry, I'm doing it all wrong here. Let's go ahead, let's bring on the boys the right way. Give me 2 seconds. To the dark side we go, baby! To the dark side.
What's up, fellas? Good morning.
The hoodie traders are here.
Full? Okay, I could go full.
Dun, dun, dun. So since we're part of a new guide or something like that, we're taking over the world here, the hoodie traders. What's going on, guys? Good morning. We're ready to get after this market. And Ryan looks a little scary. He does look like a little Star Wars.
He does look a little scary.
That was you said the dark side. This is Sith mode.
Oh, he's got it.
Dark side.
He's got it.
The eyes covered so you can still see Sith mode with the hoodie. Come on.
He's going hard there. All right, team, we got after it. We're going to get into this market. There's a lot going on right now. I still got my Oxy trade, Chevron short for the swing. Of course, Warren actually came in and bought more shares over the last 2 days. And I'm still battling here. I'm not turning around on Warren. I'm going to battle him back down here as Oxy's going a little lower here. I'll show you guys that really quickly. Let me put up my chart here. So Oxy's starting to come lower here after the pop, after the news mentioned. It didn't get much of the pop. It got like a 1.2% pop. Now it's pretty much nothing, unchanged. So if Warren's going to come in here and he can't even raise the stock on Oxy, well, I think it could still get the takedown. Of course, I'm doing this more based on the overall sector with XLE. You can see XLE almost through the low of yesterday's low, which was around 426.24 or 76.24. So I'm going to look to see if that cuts through and we continue to see oil go lower. Chevron also going lower here in the pre-market, cutting through almost yesterday's low. We are up over 6% on both of these positions from Chevron. Chevron 161.95. We're at 152, team. Let's go. Let's go. Killing it on these swings, ready to get after some more swings today. And of course, we're going to look for some oil opportunity in drip. We talked about this yesterday. Got a nice push off that 1750s up there to 1876. Drip continuing a little bit higher. We'll look to see if the oil trade goes lower. But that's enough for my swings. Going to kick it to my man Ryan to take a look at the overall market. And of course, we'll kick it to Zunaid in a second to see what he's looking at.
All right. So first of all, got to address the question here. Why does your hair look the same even after you fix it? Lol. I don't know, because it just knows how to go into place because it's great. But what do you want me to say, bro?
The fawns.
I have no idea. Anyway, so one thing here, we've seen a lot with I'm going to go to the SPY chart here in a sec, but we've been seeing a lot of help for some of these banks that are really struggling. Lifelines, backstops, bailouts, whatever you want to call them or however you want to view them, we're seeing people come to the support of some of these banks. So that begs the question, is the worst of some of this regional bank sell-off over? And I think that it would behoove us here to take a look at KRE for a potential swing trade, because I don't know about you. I'm not necessarily confident in putting, betting on just one bank when one bank could actually still show weakness or have problems. But instead, I think taking this ETF might give us exposure to a bank bounce, if you will, and you don't have to rely on picking the wrong one, right? This is an ETF of many of them. So I'm going to keep this on watch for the next several sessions here, and we might talk about a swing trade here on KRE. Of course, you could day trade it, but we've had some luck day trading some of the other ETFs. I'm actually trying to look at something here for a swing. I mean, even if this recovers half of what it dropped off, 44 to what? 52, that's still a pretty good move, especially if you're using options or something like that. So just something to think about. Let's go ahead and take a look at SPY here. Now, excuse me. Geez. Now, what we have here, we're selling off here. It'll be interesting to see if which resistance point or which support point we hit. On the upside, I think I've got some resistance here at 392.84, and on the downside, I think you probably do find some support at the bear level of 384. Might even get a little bounce off the channel, the down channel that started at the beginning of 2002. So we'll see where we go. Now, with that being said, I think it's going to be prudent for all of you to realize that today is the start of the March Madness college basketball tournament. And traditionally, volumes are extremely light during these 2 days. And that's something that you want to actually factor into your trading plan. Some of the smaller caps that we're going to see, the volume momentum runners, those are still going to be in play, especially early before the games start. But check the volume at the end of the day here and see where it's at. You'll see that it is, in fact, lower than it normally is. So just be aware of that. The market may kind of dry up here. And the last thing that you'd want is to be trapped in something that you can't get out of. So keep that in mind. That's a look at the SPY. Let's take a look at some of these smaller tickers, and then I'm going to kick it to the Z-Man real quick here. So first one here from the movers tool is going to be LiPo. This is Lipella Pharmaceuticals. I think I pronounced that right. Lipella Pharmaceutical shares are trading higher after the company announced the successful completion of a phase 2A clinical trial evaluating the safety and efficacy of its drug candidate LP10 for hemorrhagic cystitis. Oh, I pronounced that wrong, and I'm sorry about that. Got thrown off when I read hemorrhagic because I thought it was hemorrhagic fever and had pictures of outbreak in my mind. Anyway, we did pop up here, popped up to a high of about 314. We're kind of hanging right out here in the middle. So want to see this kind of build and move. Again, one of the things that we've seen on some of these patterns is that you're better off waiting for them to come in and then try to buy the curl, because the pops really haven't taken us through resistance and then carried on. So that's kind of the strategy that I'm going to approach this with here today. So ticker LIPO on the docket here today. Next one is going to be JAN. And I'm sure that you folks remember this because JAN has been a ticker on the scanner and the movers tool going all the way back into last year. We traded this one a number of times. We have a news catalyst here. Jan 1 shares are trading higher after the company reported it entered a stock purchase agreement with VM7 Corporation, under which the buyer agreed to acquire all of the outstanding equity interests in Arca Recycling, Consumer Comex, and Arca Canada. Now, I'll be honest, I'm not sure what this actually means, so we might have to do a little bit more digging. If anyone else has some information in there, please share it with the group so that we can all be a little bit smarter. Technically, we're still sitting right under the VWAP here, but we are sitting above that 166 support line. You can even call that 165 if you like. We'll see if we can actually kind of touch that, hold, get a volume expansion to take us up to the VWAP. One more thing to note on some of these smaller curl plays, I think that it might be risk prudent, if you will, to take partial. If you take one of these that kind of curl off one of the support levels, take partial profit at that VWAP, because we've seen a lot of these get rejected at the VWAP or even have false breakouts above the VWAP. And we don't necessarily want to get knifed. If I think back to THMO, where I got stopped out yesterday, if I had actually, despite my reduced position size, if I had actually taken some of those gains on that initial pop, I probably wouldn't have even taken a loss. I probably would have got out near flat. So just kind of looking back at my own trading, thinking, what can I do better? That's one of the patterns that I realize. And I think that that's something that we can focus on here. Next, going to be OKYO. Now, this was hot early. It's completely broken down. When we see chart formations like this, the most important thing is that this thing actually finds a bottom. Right now, it looks to be in free fall. The only volume I see is really selling volume. We want that to turn around, and we want it to set up for a potential trade. Speaking of THMO, THMO is back here today. So we did have, remember, we get stopped out on this early trade, and lo and behold, it inevitably went later in the day. Now, it didn't go till the after-hour session, excuse me, but it did go pretty big in the after-hour session. Now, today, we're seeing a little bit more of that pre-market activity. I'm going to learn from my mistake yesterday and not go at this too early here today. watch. This will be the thing where it runs out of the gate and goes ahead and snaps those pre-market highs. But I'm still going to adjust my plan based on what I saw yesterday. I do need to add one line to this chart. Forgive me for not doing that already. That is going to be the pre-market high here of 775. So we'll see if we can end up getting up there. Also worth noting that we are likely to see some resistance at the round number of $7 right here. Next.
All right. Before you get to that next one, I just wanted to bring in that ECB hike rate of 50 basis points and lowering inflation forecast. This is the reason why you're seeing the SPY take a little bit of a leak right now. So the ECB was, some people were thinking that they weren't even going to hike at all, and they did 50 basis points. So there you go. That's definitely affecting the markets.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, there was talk about, hey, what if Europe does nothing or reduces it? Does that mean that our Fed might do the same thing? Mitch, I think that what this means here is that we can expect some type of hike next week in the March meeting, right? Is that a fair read?
I would think 25 basis points. And just to kind of alliterate to that, right? It was already at 75% chance. It was like 74 point something percent chance. Now I'm looking at it right now. It's actually interesting. I'm looking at it. It looks like we're actually going down. Looks like now it's looking like it's 56.8%. So I'm going to give it a couple of minutes because it needs to update the data about in 5 minutes. But CME Fed tool, I always take a look at it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this is what I have.
So
this,
you see the 57.
Too, Mitch.
Yeah, you see the 57%. Yep. Well, you see the data at the bottom of that. It tells you a timing. It says 8:10 Central Time or 8:11 Central Time. So that just shows you we're 5 minutes lagged on it. It's like about 5 to 10 minutes lagged on the data. So in like about 5 minutes, let's refresh this and see if that changes, that 57%.
Okay, I'll go ahead and keep this open. This has been a website we've been using in a number of the different programs here.
Got to keep up with the CME Fed tool.
Real quick here, Credit Suisse, remember, we got some news. They're actually going to borrow up to $54 billion from Swiss National Bank. So they're going to borrow money in order to increase their liquidity. Not sure if that's the greatest thing in the world, but at least it's providing some temporary relief. For me, we trade CS, day trade only. Don't trust this bank. Wouldn't hold this here for a swing. And then next here, Snap wasn't on here when I looked initially. Let's see if we can figure out what's going on with Snap. Snap shares are trading higher after the Biden administration reportedly demanded TikTok owners either spin off their shares or face a U.S. ban. So possible winners here, Snapchat. I guess Meta could be one of those. So we'll see. We'll see where this goes. This is going to be headline driven. We do have a pop here, so maybe we get a trading opportunity as this kind of comes back and curls back through 11. We mentioned Meta. That is also up here, just kind of fractionally. Maybe that's because of the TikTok thing as well. All right, Zunaid, you all set to go?
Let's do it.
Boy, you sound enthused, bro. Let's go.
Yeah. I'm starting to get sick again. It's weird. I don't know. The weather is getting crazy, but we're going to power through it here. Let's take a look at Apple. What a beautiful trade we had yesterday. We had it short all the way to the 150, and that's where we went ahead and covered, and that's exactly where it went ahead and bounced. You know, I wish I could just kind of flip on a dime and say, you know what? Cool. I went short. I got my money. Now it's time to go long, because that would have been a nice little pretty penny. We definitely would have gotten $1, $2, and $3 from here. But nonetheless, 150 is obviously the level of the crack. But before that, I think we can take a look at the 152s as you had resistance, and it kind of popped right back up. So I'm kind of keeping an eye on the 152 area. It's not as clean, but above 153 and 153.38, we can go ahead and see some fireworks if the market decides to continue its run. Taking a look at Tesla on this side of town, 178 could be somewhere to keep in mind if you want to go short. But besides that, don't really like it until and unless we get above 182. Then we can go ahead and think about getting to the long side on Tesla on 182 area there. On AMD, this might be my main watch for today. If we go ahead and crack 88, I'd be interested in having this one go short if we could go ahead and crack that. Or if we can break above 90.50, I'd be interested in going to the long side on that one. Let's go ahead and take a look at NVIDIA on this one. Let me see what area this is right over here. That's where my eyes go immediately. And wow, would you look at that? You had resistance, popped up, hit support, came right back up. So we know here, matter of fact, let me do this. Let's clean things up a little bit. So the area to keep in mind is going to be 238.96. So, call that 239 if you will. And if you're trying to go to the long side, a break of 244. So those are kind of pretty clean areas for me. Set an alert there, set an alert there. By the way, chat, I know you don't hear the fire alarm because your boy went to Target yesterday.
My man, let's go, Zunaid.
You know what I'm saying?
Go.
I will say this. Okay, look, here's something kind of weird. I changed 2 smoke detectors, but only have 1 battery missing. So I think what I may have mistakenly done is that the first one that I changed properly, but then I mistakenly took that one's battery and put it in the second one without realizing I did that, because I came back to my desk and I was like, why do I only have 1 missing? So I did some funky stuff. We'll figure it out. But so far, I haven't heard any beeping, so we're good.
Neither have I, for the record.
Yeah. So this is a weekend problem that we'll figure out later on. The only beeping you'll hear is from TradingView. So let me go ahead and mute that. There we go. That's done. Anyway, let's go ahead and take a look at Amazon here. On Amazon, there's nothing particularly that I like, so I'm going to kind of leave it alone until and unless you are trying to go to the long side, because then you've got this little guy right over here, 96.69 to the upside. If you want to go ahead and try to play that one long, that could be an area of interest to keep in mind as you see resistance and resistance in pre-market as well. Let's go ahead and check out Google. Oh, what do you know? The resistance lines that we drew at 97, that's exactly where it rejected yesterday, and that's exactly where it rejects pre-market as well. So far, the support of 96 is holding. So if you want to go long, 97 break is where you want to keep in mind of doing so. Taking a look at Microsoft as well. Let me go ahead and remove this. Let's go ahead and draw some new lines here. Just the highs of yesterday. I don't really necessarily like this one as much. I would rather kind of maybe come back and have tested support on this, but I don't really like Microsoft in terms of what I'm seeing. 266 break could be nice, as that's the pre-market highs, but not anything necessarily that I like, so I'm going to leave it be. On Meta, ever since we got the 190 touch and kind of just bolted up to the upside, it's been a nice little play. What's weird is we did get above 200, but you had some funky things going on. Look, I don't really wake up early enough to know exactly what was happening in pre-market, but obviously it's coming down a bit right over here. Something to keep in mind, but not something that I necessarily feel comfortable trading at all. Boeing is one that I wish I traded yesterday, because this, when I was reviewing stocks later in the afternoon, look at this. 200, we talk about this all the time. 200 cracked, right? Didn't give you a retest immediately, but you were patient. Boom, you got the 200 test. I think the high on this candle was 202 cents, right? So you would have been what is called a drawdown, if you will, of 2 cents, and then it just continues to come down. Now you already know here that, hey, that was support. Cool. Breaks, retest. Let me draw this puppy. I mean, this is just textbook to me. Breaks, retest, and then continues coming down. And I mean, even here, you can see it kind of had some trouble. So, I mean, just a beautiful play. Unfortunately, I did miss it. So now let's talk about what we can do about it. To me, you can keep an eye on this one, the 196 if you'd like, but it's just not as clean as the 198 and then the 200. So ideally, I would love to see what happens at this $200 area. I'm going to keep an eye on it, let's say for the long side, but also for the short side as well. Something to keep in mind. Taking a look at BABA here. BABA was just staircasing itself up, 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 and up. Nothing really here that I necessarily like. If you wanted to force something, you could do it below 81, but it's not something that I would do. Charles Schwab, ever since it went ahead and tested, yeah, so this is one that we talked about yesterday. Resistance, resistance, support, support, support yesterday, and what a nice move to the upside. Now we know 61 has been kind of an issue to get over right over here, right? We tested 61 area. You can see even in pre-market, it couldn't quite get over it. So if you're trying to play Charles Schwab to the long side, 61 areas where I'd be interested in. Now, keep in mind, if some news comes out, this, that, the other, this could get a little crazy. But I believe the CEO purchased some shares just earlier this week. So some confidence there, if you will. And then on THMO, what do you know? $4 kind of holding on as support. $4 was trying to flirt with it to the upside. We just couldn't quite get it there. So keep in mind on that $4 area if that's something that you are interested in. Let me just see if there's anything else on the Qs. $300 rejection in pre-market. Just a beautiful trade. So I'll give you about 2 points so far. What does it do in the regular session? I'm not sure, but set an alert right above 300. That way we know if we're trying to go long on that side. Don't really like anything necessarily on the short side, unless, of course, you're trying to tag it off at 300 and play that one short. But I believe the main trade for me to keep an eye on is going to be AMD. If we break 90.50, cool. If we go ahead and break 88, cool. I'll be interested in that. You could try to go short on 89. It's not the cleanest one for me, but still something that we can kind of keep in mind if we want to take a little smaller size and see what's what. The company bought and sold shares. Are you talking about let me know what company you're talking about. Sorry. Grateful. All right. Good luck. Stay green. Live to fight another day. Here we go.
Yeah, and real quick before we really get started here, I want to address this. Ryan, my man. Question for BA yesterday. The bounce we were looking for at 192, or has it yet to bottom out? Well, Ryan, so I don't ever know when a stock is going to bottom out. I'm going to play the odds here. This is a pretty decent bounce spot, but it looks weak again here today. Honestly, I would feel better about this if it came into 180. Worth noting that if you do a Fibonacci retracement on this recent run up here, we get the 0.382 level at 182.92. So look at 180 to 183 as a more safe bounce spot. Maybe it does bounce here today. I'd want this to come in a little bit more. All right, let's see what the relative volume scanners are telling us.
I know you don't like this stock, but Zunaid, did you catch Kroger's move yesterday?
Jeez.
Oh my goodness. All right, let's see what you got.
That was a nice little daily move off the 9 EMA. We were talking about it on the show. That's a nice little move, man.
I don't know who bought what at 47, but I don't think I can remember the last time I saw Kroger make a $1.30 move. So you know what? If you purchase all those shares to prove your point, kudos to you.
Look at that. Look at that.
Mitch just giving it to him. That might be the last time Zunaid offers an opinion on a stock after this. I'll tell you what, Mitch has just been giving him the business, as Ed Hockley would say.
Hey, sometimes, you got to do your job.
It's got to do your job. We're having fun.
Can't make it easy on Zunaid, man. Come on. No one said it was going to be easy. Oxy coming down here right out the gates, team. I'm just going to try to ride it, right? I mean, I have
shit.
I'm up about 7% on this, so I'm just trying to ride it down.
THMO, sorry, 519
THMO.
now? That's insane. We literally just covered it at like 519. Excuse me, 419. It's just
Halted.
up $1.
Halted. Yeah. Halt.
Big pop there.
Wow. All right then.
I like I'm looking at stock that had PCT. And what did you guys talked about that one?
I did not.
I did not cover PCT, no.
Nice little bounce off the 540 level to start off the day. It's a cheaper name, right? $5 name. We'll look to see if this can actually get moving past 6 today. That's what I'm looking at. In the pre-market, you were past 6. So looking at it right now, it just pulled back to 540s, back up there to 586. Now I'm going to look to see if it really gets the motor going to 6 here.
OKYO from the list here. So just as soon as the market opened, we've bounced from 191. We're up as high as 220. So a pretty decent move here. To me, nothing here giving me the entry trigger. The volume was good to see, but the stock just broke down so much. Wasn't really confident about that. We'll see how it behaves around 225 and then again at the VWAP. I'm going to be patient here today.
Adobe trying to recover some today. Of course, they had earnings, so keep your eyes on that one. And Dollar General also trying to recover some today. That's actually one that I actually like on the day. I'm going to be looking to see if I could get Dollar General to reverse back to the upside.
LIPO coming back in here. Tried to pop, but didn't really do anything. Look at FRC. Really weak today. Really weak today. How's Wall doing? That was another one that bounced pretty significantly. Wall
Looking
down
around, team.
15% today. Wow.
Steel Dynamics, a nice little push out the gates here on some of these steel names. So I'm going to look to see if maybe X can recover here, or Nucor. Nucor just got hit hard yesterday. It might just be a bounce back kind of day, because look at Steel Dynamics, got hit hard yesterday. So it could just be a little bit of a bounce back. Doesn't mean that it's going all the way back up there, right? So just be careful on these names, but I am seeing a little bit of a bounce on the day. But you see an X, a little bit of a bounce there back towards 2391s, but Steel Dynamics leading stock in the SPY right now, up about 2%. Looking at stocks that are up on the SPY, CBOE, Intel getting a nice little lift, Adobe, Para. Just going to run through some names here. You guys catch it, right? CTRA, an oil name, getting a little bit of a push up. There's Nucor, steel name, right? Lynn showing up here. Stanley, Black, and Decker. That's an interesting play up on the day.
PCT hitting that relative volume scanner. By the way, Path, which is UiPath shares, are trading higher after the company reported earnings. This also getting some call buys here, Path. They're small, they're cheapies, but call buys and a move up on Path here.
Yeah, actually had a nice little setup there on Path. It's gone higher. Look at the daily chart. Nice little break out from the 15-16 level. Now holding the pullback. It didn't even go to 16 today. And you can see nice little push right out the gates. And what's that going to help? That's going to help the ARKK move, right? Because it's the leading stock in there, right? So I could actually go for a leader laggard style trade right now. It would have to be really quick off ARK here, like maybe 38.30s, going for a move back to through 38.61. Kind of like the look there. I'm just slow to the name because I wanted to describe the trade for you guys, but I would have just taken the trade. I already understood the trade there. I just wanted to explain it for you guys, how I can go after seeing Path up so much. Will it help the ARK ETF and get through there, that 38.68 to the left-hand side? You see these are 5-minute candles. So if you can get through this, they won't be looking too bad.
CXAI halt, good call. Also, LIPO from the list really struggling to get above its VWAP here at 275. It's tried a few times this morning, but getting yanked right here. This one might be off until it can set up again. Let's take a look at CXAI.
All right, just keeping an eye out. Oxy did go there to 55.92s, now bouncing back to VWAP. I could actually look for some oil names if I want to go after it. Drip pulling back here a little bit. Going to look for Drip to come to like around, let's say like 18.25s. I really want to see a nice pullback on Drip before I take a big shot on it, but I do like it today, and I have it on my watch. Around 1840 seems like the trend line break and then recover. We'll look for like that kind of move here. XOM right off the VWAP there around 99, already in the double digits. Look how XOM in the last couple of days really has started to break. I think I definitely was one of the first ones to start calling the oil trade to the downside on XLE. And I started calling that on Thursday of last week. What did you see yesterday on a bunch of the different medias? Even Fox Business was talking nonstop about oil going down. This is why. Keep up with Benzinga team. This is what we do.
You were the first in my circle to be talking about that, Mitch, for sure.
And why? Because everyone was looking at the banks that day, right, Ryan? I mean, I don't blame them for looking at the banks, but I started looking elsewhere because I felt like I had no edge in that trade.
Right.
I was like, well, what else could break because of this? Well, recession concerns were my thinking for going after XLE. And then I saw the chart, and the chart just looked atrocious to me.
By the way, during that discussion there, THMO opened and now downside halt at 479. So wild stuff there. Going to avoid that. Don't need to be a part of that.
Yeah, you see, it's just that this stock can move 61 cents, and that's a pretty big move there. I mean, what was that? That was a 50-cent move, 53-cent move, 11.6%. And how long? That was like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So just be careful on names like this, team. This is why I don't trade names like this too often, because I've gotten wrecked on names like this. And I feel like, how can you really manage your risk there? It went fast through that 5.
Yeah,
there might have not even been volume there for you to get out. And that's the hard part, where people got to remember liquidity comes into play with these names also. Keep that always in the forefront of your mind if you play these. You got to understand how to do market depth. You got to see how much volume is there available to you, because if there's no volume there available to you and the stock plows through there, a lot of times you can't even get your shares filled. So that's where it really gets difficult. How's DG now? Already ripped. This is one that I was thinking about today, team. This is off of earnings. Dollar General, nice little move back up. And with this one being said, I can look at maybe like a Walmart move back up a little bit higher that's lagging a little bit behind this. Walmart looks like it's trying to get back here through this hourly level. I like the look here, just to break here above 140s, going towards 140. So 139 to 140s. If I can get 139s right now, or just get a starter here, I'm going to start looking at this. I like this trade. See if I can get 139 fill on a pullback. It's already starting to make the move. Could jump up here towards the 25s.
I'm going to try a quick long here on Facebook. Got filled at 199.98. Let's see if we can get a bit of a 2-to-1 trade out of this one. Stop loss is going to be about 60 cents. You also have AMD that's breaking the 90/50s, I believe. Yep, there it is to the upside. Let's see if any options are coming into these puppies.
All right, Walmart already making that move, so I'm going to start getting in here off the VWAP. VWAP pullback is around 139.17. I'm looking at 139.20s here for entries. I'll see if I can get it.
No, the answer, in my opinion, is no. You cannot compete with algos as you're manually entering in and out.
Starter there in Walmart. You got that 139.21.
Snap with a nice move.
Snap is definitely on watch today. Oof, nice little move. I'm gonna look for pullbacks on that one towards 1069. Already there, almost to 11. Snap's on watch because Biden literally gave TikTok like either you do this now or you're going to go on the ban list. At least from the Biden administration out there. The news was this morning. I can give you guys that news. It was Snap trading higher after the Biden administration reportedly demanded TikTok's owners to either spin off their share or face a U.S. ban. So that could also move Pinterest higher. Look at Pinterest higher too. Meta is actually going off of that sympathy, Zunaid. I would think Meta would be going up today because of that news too.
Yep, that's the reason we're taking a look at it. That's the reason we're in it with the 200 break. But at the moment, it's not working out. THMO coming back to the downside, looking to possibly test the 450s.
Pinterest looking good there. Going to look for an ad on Walmart at right above 139s here.
I will look to add Snap if it breaks 1102s.
Sorry about that, folks.
DG, man. DG. Nice little move there in Dollar General. Up there to 221 now. Starting to get moving there. Dollar Tree also moving up, team. So we're going to take a look at those names. Maybe Costco. Costco starting in the 486. The Costco.
Amazon, nice little pop.
For all you T-Mobile network users, go on your T-Mobile Tuesday app and get your free Sam's account.
Hang on a sec.
No worries, Ryan. You
Sam's
good?
account. Interesting.
Right, Zunaid?
Looks like I took a stop loss on my Meta trade.
For the FREE?
Let me see here. Options.
All right, adding in Walmart here. Now I just got to hold tight. I'm going to hold to the low today, 138.85s.
I gotta see how close a Sam's is to me.
That's what I use, actually. Just because it's the cheaper one. And I can get like, I paid for the membership. I think I like $20 off of Groupon.
All right, looks like Snap popped up above 11, which means we did get filled.
There you go. Snap
Focus
track.
on that.
I like that pullback there. It looks interesting. If it could come back to 1075, I'll definitely join the party on Snap, but that's getting a nice little move there. Pinterest is higher too. So Pinterest is pullback. I'd look for 25, 23s, but it is pushing here, looking like it wants to get to 25, 50s. Let's see if it gets there. Pinterest, Snap, looking like good stocks. DG, looking like a good stock. Let's go to the SPY. Take a look at the leading stocks. DG is the leading stock right now. So a little frustrated I didn't get a little piece of DG earlier. That's definitely moving. Steel Dynamics continuing to the upside. So maybe you are seeing a little bit of a bounce there in the steel names. CBOE, EQT. So some oil getting a little bit of a bounce today. We'll see what happens.
So AMD, as soon as it popped above our 90-50, it went. Unfortunately, we concentrated on Meta, which was the wrong one because the strategy was the same. One worked, one didn't. We took one, and it was the losing one. Snap, though, I'm in here at 1101s with 500 shares. Stop loss is going to be 1078. Might actually see if
Let's see if Snap can break above that pre-market high and then the after-hours high yesterday. That would really send it.
Yeah.
Snapchat. Who uses Snapchat anymore?
Just saw a big call sweep here for Duke. Actually, these are cheapies. Never mind.
Gush is green, Captain. You
15
get that
cents.
money, man. I'm still in the green, though. Don't stress.
FRC trying to bounce after that halt. Almost back to VWAP on FRC.
FRC.
Well, that's one of the banks people have been playing for bounces here.
Yeah, I don't
Still
know how
down
they're playing
30%
it.
today.
I don't know how they're playing it, man. I wouldn't touch that thing if you bought the shares for me. All right. I'm going to see if I get stopped out here in Walmart. We'll see what happens here. It's testing my risk.
All right, Snap doesn't want to play nice. That's fair. Gias. Meta, wow. Rejected 200 straight down. I mean, my goodness.
Good.
Now testing the previous close. Bounce from there earlier. Looking to bounce from there now.
Ooh, path pullback is nice. See if I can get right here around 30 entry on a pullback on path.
LIPO kind of hanging around that 260 level at this point. Now that it's kind of traded sideways and come in just a little bit, we get some volume pop on LIPO. We might actually have a trade here. Be a real quick one on this. Really don't want it to break down past 260, but this sideways trading here, we're kind of compressing this. So I'd like to see a buying volume pop take us through the VWAP and maybe towards the higher resistance level at 292.
Got some path there on that pullback. I liked it there. 1728. Walmart stopped out of that one. So got hit on Walmart, but not being worried about it. Just moving on. Next trade here on path. And this is kind of VWAP bounce kind of status. That's what I'm looking for. Looking at 5 minute. Going to look for it to come back up there towards like 1780s. And then 18s would be the breakout. We'll see what happens. What's up out there?
All right, let's see what's going on.
Yeah, don't see a whole lot. I don't know. LIPO trying to test that VWAP. I don't trust this at all, though.
Overall sector outlook there. Energy leading, consumer cyclical, and then utilities behind it. But Energy's just up only 0.28. So I know we're up on the day, but we're up just slightly on 3 sectors and everything else into the red. Well, 4 defensives in the green. So it's not really the biggest bullish day. How's the SPY looking? I haven't even taken a look. SPY right now is trying to recover and try to hold the VWAP. Oxy bouncing there to 57.30s. Not really concerning unless it gets over like 58. But remember, I'm up at 60. I've already taken majority of my profits on this oil trade. At this point, it's just more how can I get like a 10% return? I'll look for it on the remaining shares. Path pulling back there, looking to see if it can go higher. Five-minute chart I kind of like, so we don't look too bad there.
All right, looks like Google's popping to the upside above 97s.
Google. The Googster. Swinging uranium, beach bum. I'll take a look. Coal is just destroyed, man. I don't know about coal. I think they're coming after it, but Buffett's coming for me. I already made the money, Daniel. You can't really come for me.
Oh, if you have money, Buffett will come for you. You better believe he'll come for you if you got the money, Mitch.
I already made the money. Nah, but it was interesting that he bought and the stock went down, though. I still think. You're up 1%, Captain Kirk. I'm up 5.4 on Oxy, 6.3 on Chevron. You're going to have to make up a little bit there, Captain. We'll see it, my friend. We'll see it. But if you can make 3% and I can make 6%, I won't be mad. That's called trading, baby. 2 sides of the coin. All right, path pulling back here. I'm going to probably add slightly underneath this 20s here and then start holding towards 17 as the risk there. They got only a starter, so I could add here. Just looking for a little pullback.
All right, snap back at 11.
Man, that was quick.
I've got about 1,000 shares of Snap. I'm looking to sell 500 at 11.18, and then the rest, see if we can get some more juice out of it. I'm in Amazon here at 97s. The SPY does need to help us out, though.
Kaylee says, I appreciate some trash talk. It's all good, baby. We both can win. That's the truth. And if we're both winning, that's winning, my friend. Especially if we're shorting it and then buying it back. I mean, that's called trading, man. But I was messing around on my Twitter. I don't know if you guys caught it, but I was messing with Dennis because he's actually kind of on the long side on Oxy. So I was messing with him on being shorted. So it's always fun, right? When you're on the opposite side of the coin.
That's what makes a market.
That's what it's about, too.
It's not fun being on the opposite side of Dennis. He's quite good. So I like to be aligned with Dennis, honestly.
Hey, man, what can I say, man? I'm not stressing it.
Snap up, back up to 11 here. Did this flush you out, Zunaid?
Sorry, which one?
Snap?
Nope, still in it here at 11.
Boom. Good job with the stop. Looks like it's trying to pop the top off here.
Yeah, it kind of makes me want to get more. I'm not going to lie to you.
It's popping. It's popping.
But I might wait. I might wait a couple of minutes, see what happens.
All right, I did get my pullback fill there on path. Now 17.22. Going to risk off to 17 for that one. But you know what I am, right? I'm an evil short. Evil. You evil out there, guys? Remember, Ryan, we were talking about Austin Powers? It got in my head too much. The evil shorts out there. Be careful. They're evil. Ron talking about AMD. That was a monster yesterday. That was a big move. AMD is higher to 92, man. Since that Dan Loeb mentioned, that has been the stock that I feel like, man, that one has potential to keep running. AMD, much higher. If you've got this 4-day swing, oh, man, that's a nice one. 14% right now on like 4 days. Good move there. All right, focused in. Might get stopped out on path here. I'm sorry, I have it on a different chart. I'll pull it up in a second, but just focusing on the trade. Don't want to let it to break down here. I'm looking at it on a 5-minute basis, but still.
Snapchat with a nice little pop above 1103. Currently trading at 1110. Looking to sell half my size at 1118 if we can go ahead and get it. Come on, baby. Come on, baby.
Come on. Get on up. Get up now. Get on up.
You didn't keep singing that one, did you, Mitch?
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just focused on path.
Yeah, so am I.
Path moves fast, man. So I got to pay attention. Get on up.
Snap right through that 11.
Yeah,
Sorry.
there's a 1694 15-minute resistance here. So I'm looking to see if it can just hold right there and then come right back up through 17. So that's the important thing. It's prior resistance to the left from the 15-minute candle at 430. So that's why I'm looking at it right now to see what's going to happen here. Give it a little bit. It's right back above 17. You see how it like does those little wicks or tricks, my friend. Those wicks are tricks.
THMO with a big FU to shorts. 580 to the upside.
Ooh. What?
Damn, I knew I should. What is wrong with it? Come on. That's on me.
Nothing's on you, my friend.
I just forgot to place a order where I knew it was going to go, or where I believed it was going to go, rather. I don't know anything, but
It's all good, man.
it's unfortunate. Yeah.
Happens to the best of us.
All right, Snap 1118 sold half size. What's up?
I'm just laughing at one of the sharp chatters here. Fleury-Mond. He caught it. The money machine.
Ooh. Really close to stopping out on path. I'm trying, but it's close. Hands on the trigger. What's the SPY doing right now?
Come on, Amazon.
SPY's going higher. Not looking good in path here. Got about 2 minutes left on this 5-minute candle, but more than likely going to get stopped out. If it recovers 17, I can stay in it, but looking to see if it's just going to be a 5-minute trick on the wick. If not, definitely going to take a big hit here on path. Took a little bit more of a shot on this.
Get it, Mitch. You got this.
Just watching it, right? Got to stick to the rule. 5-minute candle, close below that 1694. I definitely got to get out. It's testing. One of the things is the volatility on this stock definitely brings it down on wicks. So you got to be careful with the wicks tricking you out. So we'll see what happens here. We got it still about 1 minute, and now it's at 1696. If it recovers 17, it won't be looking too bad.
All right. So real quick, let me flip to my screen real quick. You good?
Yeah, I got you.
Yep.
You're up.
Okay. So this is, remember what we were saying about LIPO. One of the things that I was saying today is I'm going to back off and not be nearly as aggressive because I really haven't seen the pop through the resistance level and the carry through that we've seen. Instead, we've actually seen things kind of curl off some of the support levels. We'll look at what happened with LIPO today. We tried to break through the VWAP right after the open. We were rejected. We did get up to the 292, but it knifed in the same candle, the same 1 minute candle. It happened super fast. A couple minutes later, we actually knifed down to support. That's where we kind of traded sideways, tried to go up to the VWAP, couldn't break it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attempts. The last attempt here pushed through the VWAP, immediately met with sellers, pounded to the low, actually broke beneath the support. So again, this is kind of a pattern that we've seen. And in the past, might have traded this on a cross through the VWAP, but now, given the environment we're in, it's just not working. And this is a perfect example of that. As soon as we tried to get through that, immediately blasted back down. For me, gonna only try to trade these when they're curls. Can't deal with them trying to move through some of these resistance levels. It just doesn't have the juice.
Amazon, nice little pop to the upside. We're in the money by about 40 cents almost. But of course, you know me. I'm looking to be greedy, which may screw me, but it is what it is. And just like that, Snapchat comes back to 1103s. Now testing the 11. Let's see if it holds a support or not.
Stopped out path. Looked good. Just didn't catch that 17. If it comes back through 17, it won't be looking too bad, but didn't look that best. I got out of there. Trailing stop on Gush now, Captain. But what happened? You're going to put the baby oil on them. Nah, it's all good, man. Take that money and run. Nothing
Boeing,
wrong with taking money and running.
The 195 held on Boeing. Nice little $1.30, $1.40 move on that. Gotta keep an eye on the Qs here as they're approaching 300. 20 cents away. All right, Qs went ahead and hit that 300. Amazon's trying to do its thing here, but it got me a little nervous because if the Qs reject, I expect Amazon to take a hit as well. So I'm kind of in crossroads here. I'm not going to lie. I might just go ahead and take the gains. Going to go ahead and take them on Amazon. Just because I don't know what's going to happen here on the 300. Snapchat now below the $11 range.
SPY coming back down here.
AMD, wow. Ever since it broke that 90.50, just beautiful move to the upside. Look at that. Did not give us a chance to go ahead and get the retest at all. Said, no. I blast
Looking
off
for
now.
pullbacks to 18 to get into drip.
238.96 held as support on NVIDIA. We were waiting for that to break. Yep. Snap is down 6 cents from 11. THMO back above 5. A lot of wicks there. Now look at that rejection of 300. 50 cents in the money there if you shorted that.
Yeah, I want drip here. I'm looking for pullbacks to 18. It didn't give it to me right now. Went to 1807. I have to jump
Snapchat
into it.
stopped out on Snap. We made money on the first go. Could not get the 3-1 on the second time.
PD with a nice move up to that pre-market high at 32. What is this? 32.83. So just about 33 on earnings, on the back of good earnings yesterday.
Drip already going, team. I'm a little frustrated. I didn't be able to get a pullback there. Entry to 18. It's at 1831. XOM already coming down. I have to go after one of these oil names. What's Valero doing? Path just going lower.
Dollar move now on the Qs from the 300 rejection. Let's see if that previous close holds as support. What are you gonna do?
Crocs up 10 points since Mitch gave me a hard time.
That's why I asked you.
Oh, that's awesome. Mitch helping him make some money here today. I like it.
That's why I asked you.
So, oh, that's just.
That's why I didn't go short in it, baby. You told me
well
not to, Jay.
Lol, Jay. So interesting thing here on LIPO. Now that we've actually had that big dump and we shook out a lot of those weak hands, might be
oil trade.
Might be better off trying this on the curl, but still very, very risky. I'm not going to take it. I'm just pointing out here that now that we've actually had that shakeout, it might be better this next time around. I'm sorry, Mitch. What did you miss here? I'll go ahead and put your screen up.
No. I'm just frustrated on oil. Like, I'm not being able to catch a trade right now. So I just missed the drip, and it just keeps going higher and higher now. No pullback really to get in there. I wanted to get in on that pullback here when it started coming, like right here at this 1805 pullback. But I wanted to get in like 1803s, 1802s for the 18 bounce back up and then hold off like kind of the low of the day. But it already made its way there to VWAP. Now we'll look to see if it goes a little bit higher. I would look to sell some into 1850s and then look for the 1880s to take the full out position. But we'll see what happens here on XOM in the middle. This is this chart, 99.25, looking like it wants to break. And wouldn't you know it, path trying to come back now towards 17. Just be careful out there, team. That one's pretty volatile on the day. SPY overall, just holding around VWAP. Don't force your trades. Don't worry. I'm not taking any right now. I'm not stressing it. That's why I didn't take it, right? I didn't chase it. I could have chased it. And trust me, everything in me was like, go for drip. But I was like, no, Mitch. Unless you get it on that pullback. If I would have got it on the pullback entry, I would have got in, right? 1803s, 1802s. But it went to 1805. Can't be mad now.
Market
I still have the
flat
swings,
here.
right? I still have the swings. SPY's going lower here pretty quickly here. So Snap 1075 looked interesting for me in the past. Now, not so much with the SPY coming down so quickly here. That's where I'm just too concerned about the bank situation. So maybe I play like SQQQ scalping it like a little bit higher towards 37.25. But to tell you the truth, this is that type of day where We don't know what's going to happen. I say you pay attention to the banks and see what happens there. I heard First Republic could get sold, things like that. There's still concerns out there right now. But CS going a little bit lower. Taking a look at SPY, see if it's going to crack down through 386.50s here. That's really when we start getting down that real breakdown look. 386.80s now. Look at the drip on the left-hand side here. That's just frustrating me, but it is what it is. Miss is a miss.
Does anyone in the chat or any of y'all want to take a guess on how much American Express is giving as a yield on their savings account? 3.75. Almost 4% to put your money in a bank account. Things are getting crazy. I remember when this was 2% pre-pandemic and everyone was gushing over it. Now it's almost doubled.
I mean, that's a good thing.
Well, sure, in that aspect.
Rewarding savers, people that are risk
right,
takers.
rewarding the middle class, man. Because to tell you the truth, that's what.
Hang on. So yeah, in that sense, yes, but they're also able to do this because interest rates are so much higher elsewhere that they're able to make money from the money we deposit, right? So it's kind of like, sure, in this instance, yes, but everywhere else in life, I don't know. Fidelity giving 4%, that's why.
I mean, interest rates higher doesn't really affect you in a negative unless you're going to go loan. Unless you need a loan.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Unless you try to borrow money, yeah.
Right. That's what I'm talking about. The consumer that's, whether it's cars or houses.
I don't think right now is the time to be borrowing money.
No,
so I think that's just what I would say, at least in my eyes. So in that case, it's a good thing though, because let's say if you're losing out to inflation, right? Well, you need some type of return in those savings accounts to get you some of that inflation money back. You get what I mean, Zunaid?
Yeah, no, I get that. But again, they're still consumers who, regardless of what, they're borrowing money, right? So I'm saying there's a reason they're giving that. So yes, if you're straight up not borrowing and you're good and you're straight cash, this is a great little way to fight inflation. No question about it. Yeah. Apparently, Webull is giving 4.1. Well, damn. I don't know if I put my money in Webull, but
no, Captain, I didn't want to hear that. Got out flat, no gain. It's okay. At least you protected yourself, right? I actually wanted you to make the game, man. It would have been fun for you to make a nice little 2-3% and for me to make 10. I wouldn't be mad at you, bro. It's okay. Keep battling.
First Republic
downgraded by 9.
Yeah, I wanted to go with the joke first, but Sal's comment is also worth reading here. This is a great trading
both
show.
Of them.
Listening to you guys, I learned so much. I'm finally becoming a profitable trader. That's awesome. I'm glad that we're able to help, but your discipline, your actions, that's what's making you the profitable trader.
Making you profitable. I agree with that.
If we're helping you or if we're encouraging you or if we're helping, teach you things, absolutely awesome. That's the whole goal. Really appreciate this, Sal. Keep going, my man.
Definitely. I agree with what Ryan says. And I think it's so important to also do what Ryan just did there, right? It's like, you guys are learning from us. Yeah, we love that. But at the end of the day, you're doing the hard work, man. And you should really give yourself a pat on the back if you're getting over that edge to profitability. We all know how hard it is to get to that first step. And it's definitely something you can give yourself a pat on the back for.
Took
the
me
key
2
here,
years.
always remember what got you here, right? That's what matters. And then when you start struggling, you go back to that always. What got you here? Starting to focus, starting to do my system, right? Focusing on profit to loss ratio, things like that. That's what I always remember. And look at that drip up there to 1860s. Can we get to 1880s? We'll see what happens. SPY bouncing a little bit now. With that bounce, maybe I could go after Snap. You see 1075 was a nice little pullback. 1074 pullback there for Snap. Back there to 1090s. But that's if you like this snap move. I actually don't think it's a bad trade. It's just going to be more dependent on what happens with the banks and the SPY. I would take a look maybe at JP Morgan, right? Because that's one bank that we've been kind of really starting to see let go. And it just cut through yesterday's low and is trying to recover here. Let's see if it cuts through 126.50s here and keeps going lower.
AMD significantly stronger than NVIDIA.
AZ taking off the 25.50s. Amazon still staying strong relative. 97.50s. We'll see if it pulls back there. Oxy just about to start getting back into the green there for me for the day. See what happens. We can keep coming lower. Apple's starting to cut down a little bit. Looking at some other oil plays. XOM came up to 100, now back down below 100. I saw crude and it was coming lower and lower. So that definitely made me not too stressed about the oil trade. Let me take a look at WTI again, see where we're at now. Looks like we were in the 66.89 and towards 935, we were at 66.71. So, I mean, that's still looking great. If oil is going to be down there in the 60s and maybe even get to the 50s, I could see these oil stocks really coming down. Bank of America, let's take a look. Bank of America is at 28.28. Yesterday, it kept holding up here. Now it's starting to actually break there. That's what I would think, because you can see all this kind of push up here into the 28.60s. Now it's starting to at least really kind of cut through, and you can see it on this cut through. Now I'd look for about 28s, 27.90s as the next layer of support. We'll see if it holds there or does it cut through. 28.22, does it keep going lower here through the 28s? SPY cutting lower there too. That makes me look at SQQQ. I like this outlook here for SQQQ, team. I'm going to be pretty fast here. I'm already into it right there. Boom, 36.88 entry here. Going to hold off the bottom of this SQQQ. So you can see this bunching right here. I always like when you get this little bunching kind of formula, because what it does is it gives me a little bit of a layer to go off of, right? We recovered from this 36.50s. Now I'm trying to see if we recovered 37. SPY cut through 36.50s. Bank of America through 28. Trying to battle back. SQQQs. Could also look at the Qs there, but this doesn't look too bad here. I like the little bunch formula, and I could hold off the 72 levels here below. Intel reaching 200-day at 31.17. Sabrina, get that money. Get that money, Sabrina. I won't be mad.
All right, kind of want to try THMO for a little bit of size here.
All right, we'll see what happens here. If we go lower there, will the Bank of America come through that 28? That's the next layer of support. We could look at JPM too, right? We talked about 26.50s. There it is. There it's showing up. Now let's see if it actually breaks through. You see how you went through here and you bounced around 26.25. Let's see if it keeps going lower. JPM started breaking right when the SPY started breaking. So that's why I'm focused on the big banks. I feel like the big banks definitely driving a lot of the outlook overall with the market. And just keep your eyes also on those big name stocks like Apple. They have to stay into the green really to kind of hold this up, I feel. Microsoft actually is in the red today. That's kind of interesting. Look for recovery maybe to happen later. Tesla, how's that doing? Coming right back down below VWAP. We'll look to see if that can stay strong. Google is probably the strongest one. Again. Monday, 89.94. Ryan, the next time Google's at 90, can you slap me?
Yeah, I'm right now, just Mitch, so you're aware, I'm programming something, program that ejects a hand out of your monitor and slaps you across the face when something obvious is happening.
HTMO.
I'll take it.
Moving to the upside here. I'm in at 544, looking to see if we can get about 588s or so. Because I don't know if that 6 is going to pop straight through or not. But our stop losses are set. This is not a great risk reward type trade. I might move my stop losses up. But we'll see what happens. If we can pop above 6, that'd be great. Matter of fact, if I wanted to be greedy, I could see if we can try to get a halt up to like 7. But 9 out of 10 times when I try to be greedy, it just doesn't work out.
That's how it happens sometimes. No stress. Let's see what happens here. Let's see if I can at least start clawing my way back here with the SQQQs. SPY going lower here. Can I break the 386.50s here? That's what I'm going to look for on the SPY. That would be the next leg lower in my eyes. We'll see what happens if we do get that next lower. And Bank of America. As we cut through the 28s, the JPM continue lower. We're above 36 on the SQQQs. I'll take some profits into the 37.20s.
All right. Let's see if HTML goes in and gets filled. I'm also looking to short Boeing at about 194.91. It's currently about 40 cents lower. So looking for a retest back to that 195 level if we can get it.
That's just a quick day trade. Do you have a target on that? We got asked about Boeing earlier by Ryan.
Yeah. So let's see. My stop loss would be about $1. So I would say here, matter of fact, let's plan this trade out fully. Can I get this, please? Thank you. Let's just kind of, I'm going to finagle this just so we know what's going on, but just give me a
Good
second
vocab word.
here.
Finagle.
Finagle.
Love it.
All right. Looks like something did go ahead and get filled. What was it? What just got filled? What just got filled? What just got filled? Oh, it was my snow. My snow stop got executed there, but let's see. All right. So my stop loss is going to be about 196.16 on this one. So I would say we're looking to take profits. Let's see if this matches up. So if we look left to the charts, because I don't think it's low of day. Yeah, I'm happy with this one, about 193.63. Now, depending on how we go about it, we could go ahead and move our stops to break even. But again, most importantly, we got to get filled. At the moment, we haven't. And THMO coming right back down.
Battling here, team. We'll see if the SQQQs hold this pullback, but SPY bounced off the trend there.
All right. Boeing did go ahead and get, this is interesting. Hang on a second. I'm going to
see if we're going to get through this spot today. It's very important. This will put us back into the channel. This is the channel that we're running into, I see right now, that we bounced off of. I might not have it perfectly set, so just be careful out there, team. But I'm talking about the daily channel on the SPY.
You've got this is interesting to me. You've got TSM $86 calls coming in on the ask, expiring this week, aka tomorrow. Almost 3/4 of a million. I'm in here, as you can tell, with 100 shares. I might look to grab a couple more. I'm okay with losing on this one if I do. Let's go ahead and have a stop loss right there. But yeah, you've got the $86 calls coming in on the ask for TSM expiring this week, approximately $750,000 worth.
Real quick, Jay, Lulu downgraded this morning. Every pop is sold. I got 25% left. Jay, this has been a great short on your part. Called this from the beginning, gave it to us real early too. Just FYI, I did someone else yesterday. In fact, let me see if I can bring the email up here. Give me a sec on this one. I should have had this prepared. Here we go. Here we go. All right. All right. So, Jay, yesterday right before happy hour, some of the people that join often want to present different trading ideas that they have or that they're in. And we had a gentleman yesterday. How do I make this full screen so we can see it, Mitch?
I got you, bro.
That's better. That's better.
Here you go. I got you right there. Boom.
We had a gentleman that said, boy, Lululemon on the weekly chart sure has what looks like a head and shoulders here. The line represented this little yellow area in here was a gap. Basically, what he's waiting for is for this gap, whatever bounce and test is going to happen here, he's waiting for this to go down. His first target here is 165. He's looking to take kind of a longer term trade in this using puts to define his risk ahead of time. When he sent this, I was like, oh, wow, that was interesting. Jay has been talking to us about a Lulu short. The interesting thing about his plan is that he's actually waiting for earnings to happen first before taking this. He's waiting for earnings to get out of the way. I know that you've told us and the group that you are actually going to be out by earnings. So great minds think alike. Another person here looking at a Lululemon short. This was the thesis that he gave here. The other thing that you had mentioned was that it was downgraded. It was Redburn Partners initiates new coverage on Lululemon with a sell rating and announces a price target of $257. So it's, $290. It's what, $33 away from where we're at in the next 12 to 18 months. Good stuff there. You've been all over this and gave that to us early. Really appreciate that.
SPY bouncing here. We'll see what happens if it rejects VWAP or does it come up through 388s. Still in the SSQQQs, just watching the battle here between the overall market and seeing if Bank of America is going to make that 28 move.
THMO, we're about 10 cents away from getting filled at 588. 6 cents away now. Come on, baby, just fill us. My Boeing trade is taking an L. Might need to close that here in a minute. Here's the Boeing trade. That 195 did not hold as resistance as we were able to pop up by 60 cents.
Love this idea. Love this idea, Jay. So if you're able to get out of that trade, use some of those profits to roll them back into a new trade post earnings, looking at a put spread here. Love that strategy. I think that's a really, really disciplined approach, able to capture some more downside here. Tell you what, if you get a put spread and that stock goes anywhere near 200 or 160 as the other gentleman is looking for, you're going to do pretty well on that one. THMO looking like this is going to try to get above 6. We'll see how this reacts to a pop, but pop above this high. I think I have, let me see exactly where that high print is. High print here, 593. So 593 to 6 should be some resistance there. We'll see if we end up getting some juice. Remember, the pops above these resistance levels have not been working all that well. So something to consider here. Be interesting to watch it though and see what happens.
Banks are trying to recover a little bit. Apple trying to go higher here. So the SPY could push higher here, team, and stop me out of the SQQQs. So you could get a lift. We'll see what happens. It's battling on the VWAP right now. And if it does go higher, I'd look for maybe Microsoft to be that one that's lagging behind the market that could get a nice green turn. But we'll see what happens. It's all dependent on what happens here with the SPY. We'll see if we get the reversal action now. It's one of those days, team. Smash the like. There's a lot going on in the markets like always, and there'll always be more. So stick around right here. Benzinga is the place you guys want to be. So definitely, if you're not subscribed and you're watching this show right now, hit that subscribe button down below. Let's see if we get some subscribes today. Smash it up.
All right, Boeing. Stop us out at about 16 cents. THMO, we needed about 10 cents to get our fill, and nothing there so far.
I agree. A lot of those are being defended right now on the lows. Bank of America, Wells Fargo, JPM, they're being defended.
All right, looks like I got stopped out on my Boeing short. That one's gone, taking an L on that.
If the SPY does go higher here, will snap go back up? That's another one that I'll take a look at if the snap does take, if SPY does take off here. That'd be one that I'd maybe swing. SPY trying. It's just kind of like hanging out here. It still really hasn't taken off. Really, it's 388s where I think it gets that nice little push.
Come on, baby.
Q's bounce off the VWAP, trying to recover into the 300s. That's definitely the move that stops me out. So just looking at the Qs also, that's another way to look at what's going on right now.
All right, got it filled on my THMO. So we're good there. Limit hit. 588s. We are out with gains. Now let's see if it makes a push above 6. We don't have a horse in the race, so I'm okay either way.
SPY almost to that 388 here. Now starts giving you a little bit of a wick look. Let's see if it pulls back now. back below 387.50s. Let's see if this 5-minute candle on the SPY closes green here. We got about what? 30 seconds. So you can see this candle here. We'll see what happens. It opened up at 387.49. Right by the VWAP, right? So I'm looking to see if it takes out the 388s. You can see how there's a lot of wicks here. It took a while for us to break that last time. So that's around the area, 388s. We'll see if it recovers, goes back towards 388.50s. Q's higher towards 300. Definitely going to stop me out there. And this will be strike 3 for me on the day trading if I lose on this one. So I'll probably be done at least day trading wise. We'll stick with the swing trades. Still looking at Snap as a potential one also. This is at 1060 pullback right now. If the SPY wants to rip, I feel like Snap will start playing catch up. Pinterest is also on a pullback here to VWAP. So if you like stocks more at VWAP, that seems to kind of make sense there. But I like the pullback there for Snap.
I'm going to get out of TSM at break even. It didn't go as quick as I thought, so getting out of that.
But we'll see if the SPY comes back down here through the VWAP and then through these lows. Well, it'll just be that kind of that chop, right?
Is today the first 4 for NCAA men's?
No,
or is it the
today is
actual
the
March
first day
Madness?
of the big dance. First 4
Okay,
was
so it's
Tuesday.
the actual madness. Got it. Okay.
This is the one that matters.
Thank you.
God, I'm so bad with that, man. I'm bad with college basketball.
The less you watch, the better
That's
chance
something
you have
I'm
at winning.
into. I like betting on underdogs, so that's the only reason why I catch it sometimes. But I don't keep up with college basketball or college sports overall. More in the professional sports, but that's just how it goes, you know?
I mean, college basketball is so much better than the garbage NBA product right now. Not even comparable.
I mean, I still watch the NBA over college any day, but hey, that's to each his own, right?
Yeah, in March, I'm all about them college hoops.
Looking at SQQQs, we're there at the 388s right now. Hands on the trigger to get out there. Really looking at this kind of wick action to see if there's any closing action below that. SPY is trying to make that move, though.
I'm going to try to get into some Qs here at 299.34 long. See if we can get a break of 300 on these puppies.
Looking at Snap, too. That looks interesting. I think the SPY is just choppy right now.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to head out. We've got an interview coming up at 11 with DOCU, as they had announced their quarterly earnings earlier this week. So we'll have a conversation with them at 11 o'clock. So stay tuned for that, as we'll be talking to the CEO, Anthony Capone. But Mitch, Ryan, always a pleasure. See y'all next week. Hopefully the Qs make a pop. Unless, of course, you're short, then, Godspeed.
Have a good
See y'all
one.
later.
Ted.
Good luck with March Madness, bets, brackets, all that good stuff. See ya.
Man, you guys hating on the NBA out there.
It's terrible, Mitch. It's a garbage product. The games are not enjoyable. The league's not enjoyable. I mean, not.
Guess I just like my Heat too much, man.
It's been going downhill for a long time.
Guess I just like my Heat too much. Too much of
Oh,
a
no,
Miami
hey,
Heat fan.
look, Mitch.
That's what it is, though.
There's nothing wrong with liking your team. I like the Bulls. I mean, I hope they win. I just don't
like
watch it.
watching
It's not
it.
enjoyable. It's not fun.
I enjoy watching the Heat still. I'll just say it. I enjoy it. To each his own. That's trading. That's life. Find what you like. Stick to it. I mean, the Detroit Pistons. I mean, I don't even think that's the comment that I even should address.
Phil Ivey looks like a good player. And if Cunningham can develop, they have a good backcourt.
Yeah, backcourt. Yeah, he'll have a decent backcourt, but man, I mean, Detroit sports overall, I feel bad for them, man.
The Lions might win the NFC North next year.
Highly doubt that.
Who's going to win the NFC North?
Aren't the Vikings in that division?
Yeah.
Of course, the Vikings.
Okay. $20 right now.
Let's do it.
All right. You guys are all witnesses. $20 bet. We got the Lions winning the NFC North. Mitch takes the Vikings. If any other team wins, it's a wash. Fair?
I think I should still get the field, but I'll take it.
Well, there's no way you're getting the Bears because the Bears are in that field.
I know. That would be the best part. Ryan loses the bet because his Bears do good.
I'll tell you what, you want Packers Vikes? I'll take Bears Lions.
No, definitely not
I
the
didn't think
Packers,
so.
man. The Packers are done, dude.
I didn't think
The
so.
Packers are going to be garbage probably for like the
You got
next
that
10
right.
years. The Packers are going to be butt, man. All right, team. Probably going to get stopped out right here on the SQQs. We break through that 70 again. I'm looking at Snap for this swing, especially since this SPY just keeps wanting to hold here. So I'm really looking to see if we actually get that expansion move in the market, because if we start, then Snap looks good to me for a swing trade, for a start swing trade. So I like the outlook here. There's the move. Now we're starting to push. There's the drive. I'm going for Snap. Just grabbed a little bit there and grabbed a little bit more. 1063s, team. So stopped out of the SQQQs. Saw the SPY push a little bit there. I'm going to take my swing trade attempt here on Snapchat a little bit higher. No more day trades for me on the day. 3 strikes and you're out. That's the way I play, team. Maybe it's baseball too much, but hey, that's how it goes. I'm taking my shot in Snap here. We'll see what happens on the SQQQs. They're still trying to recover there. So who knows? This SPY could just play games with us and come right back down below. The way the market is right now, you never know where it's going to go. That's why I'm just sticking to like kind of simple swing trades. I was putting on at one point back to 6-7 swing trades. Right now I'm back down towards only 2 or 3. So I'm trying to keep it to like 2 or 3 because the market just has too much risk overall. Snap daily 64, 1064. So we'll look to see if we close above that silver day trading. If you see strong resistance there, right? What I'll look for at least is, do I close back above that 1064? Let's see that. And so, yeah, around 1064, I would say around 1090s, really, we need to get back. If we close through 11 on the day or tomorrow, we're not going to be looking too bad at all. So it just can't completely break down here through kind of the 1040 level. 1040 level is really not a level I want to see broken today, because you got this drive, right? It's okay to pull back maybe 61% of that, not 100% of that drive. So we'll see what happens on Snapchat, but taking a little bit of a swing on, of course, we'll talk a little bit about this on Start Swing Trading. So catch me later today, team, 3 p.m., 4 p.m. with Ryan Rosbiani on Start Swing Trading.
Oh, nice. Ryan's a good guy.
Yeah, Ryan's definitely a great guy.
Good name.
Volume is gone too. That doesn't really worry for me. I don't look at volume so much on my swing trades. Like, as long as it's not like a tiny name, I'm not stressed about the volume. Ryan, does that stress you a little bit more on swing trades?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry. I was trying to do something else.
No, just volume. How does volume play into your trading often? It doesn't go too much for me on that end, especially
for swing trading.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I've got to be able to get out of my position, right? So if it's a really low average, I actually look more at the average volume than I do at the day volume when it comes to
yeah, like if it has liquidity.
Yeah, because I got to be able to get out. I mean, if a stock trades on average 50,000 shares, then even if I have a 5,000 share position, getting out of that position when it's time to exit is going to likely result in a pretty big change in price. Now, if you're up 10 points and you lose 20 cents, you tell me if that matters or not. But if, for the most part, no, I try to stay away from the low volume stuff. I'm underwater massively on a low volume investment swing, and there's not a whole lot I can do about it. It just kind of got to wait it out. Volume definitely plays a role. It definitely plays a role. What I'll do sometimes is I can actually size my position accordingly depending on what the average volume is.
So day traders.
I'll say this though, Mitch. I'll say this real quick. Volume, especially day volume, matters less for swing trading than it does for day trading. When I'm doing a day trade, volume is everything. When I'm doing a swing trade, there's way more stuff that I prioritize in that. One of them being the story.
One thing that I'd say, take a look at day traders out there. Maybe FAS starts actually moving, right, with these banks coming back right now. I don't know if it's going to be like the worry's done, but I mean, for day trading action, you could definitely take a look at it. You are seeing some of these banks recover right now, SPY going higher, or maybe you're just looking at tech overall, right? Apple, that looks nice for another move up. What about Microsoft recovering? That could be something I could think about. Google pushing higher there. Tesla on the VWAP. If I wasn't strike 3, I might take a little shot there on Tesla, but I'm on strike 3, so I'm going to respect the rules.
Couple of things here. Oh my goodness. Hang on a sec.
We'll see if this gets a little bit higher, but these are just plays out there, right? Snap is finally getting a little bit back there towards 1075. I'm just going to stick to it. We'll see what happens there. If it does get back there, let's say for some reason, and it spikes to like 1150 at some point today, yeah, I'll take some profit. I mean, that'll be really nice profits. But we'll see what happens there. SQQQ going lower, SPY going higher here. So I could expect to see some of the tech names maybe get a little bit of a lift. NVIDIA, AMD, we'll see how those kind of perform. I've been looking to see if Micron is going to start getting bought up because it's down towards the lows, even though a lot of these semis have been coming back here. And that's why I want to put an alert here for 55 on Micron. If we're really going to start seeing these stocks come back, this is one that I think could go through 55 even just today, as it's starting to push back off the VWAP here. So if I could get maybe 54 or 54.25 somewhere on these pullbacks and I really see strength, I could take a swing on Micron, but I'm going to stick to what I have right now, which is still some of these oil names short.
Real quick, I want to go through a couple of comments here in the chat. Becca, good morning. I'd be tuning in late if I was in Mexico too, so don't worry about that. Have you looked at VXRX? Actually, yeah. So this only about 680,000 shares of volume right now, which is one of the reasons we didn't talk about it earlier. There was no pre-market gap. We did get this pop in here that really kind of sent us. Does look like it's going to try to take out this high, but again, given my warning earlier, it's going to be a low volume day just in general. And on top of that, we really haven't seen the oomph on the breaks through things. So I'd be skeptical about how it actually performs when it does get up to this 177. However, if you were already in this for whatever reason, yeah, maybe take a little bit off there. Nice little move. We'll see if this sets up some more. But for right now, I feel a little late to the party, even though I was up early today. A couple other things here. Weesey, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. Love the cats in the avatar, though. That's awesome. Buddy's screaming at it. Benzinga, what do you suggest for learning for new traders? Very, very easy. The trading school. We have a trading school and an option school, and both of them really focus on the core fundamentals of actually learning trading as a discipline. So reach out to us if that's something that you're looking for. We have an amazing product that's kind of like classroom, almost like college style classroom based.
Yeah, definitely check it out, team.
And then there was one more in here that I wanted to go over. I can't find it though. Ray Marks. This was a while ago. I hope you're still here. I apologize. Took so long to get here. Technicals on ESPR. I did take a look at this here. Don't really see a whole lot of technicals. Really, really awful chart. Right, this thing sold off. In fact, what was the Esperon Therapeutic shares are trading lower after the company reported partner. I'm not Daiichi Sankyo. Europe said that Esperon is not entitled to receive milestone payments based on clear outcomes data in the trial. That doesn't sound good. We take a look at the daily chart here. This just looks really bad. Really bad. I don't see any support here. Really at all. Just really, really awful looking chart here. I think what you're getting today is just kind of a snapback bounce. I wouldn't look for this to hold though.
I heard that too.
Yeah, I mean, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy.
Don't worry. Hendricks has been going off too, man. I know how it is, brother. Hendricks has been going off. Both the trading schools include Benzinga Pro. Also, definitely check it out, team. So one thing that I want to talk about right now is that I've been thinking about FRC for the day trade. I'm being a degenerate here, team. I'm not going to do it because I'm on strike 3, but I am literally like fighting myself right now on not taking this VWAP, like kind of push back. But man, it's just how it is. The SPY ripped higher. So could some banking worries be coming down here? I did see Treasury Secretary Yellen says Biden stands ready to work with Congress to shore up Social Security. So I don't know if there's Social Security problems now, but man, there's just too much problems out there in the world right now. And it stresses me, man. It gets me to the point where it doesn't make me want to invest more of my hard-earned money into the market. But that's always been a negative in the long run, right? So we'll see what happens today.
It shakes your confidence. It's rough. Real quick, big shout out here to Bear Down Jacob Bear. Jacob, I don't know if you heard, but Mitch and I just bet Lions versus Vikings for NFC North winners next year. Anyway, Jacob, if you wouldn't mind posting a link or some type of link in the chat so anyone that's interested in either of the schools can reach out and get some more information about it. Shout out to Jacob. He works really hard to support these products. He's really knowledgeable about them. So if you have any further questions, please reach out to our team. We'll do the best we can to help you.
Oh, fighting myself, man. Strike 3 and you're out. This is when you know what I do when I get to this point, team? I close the brokerages. I'm fighting myself not to take trades here, just hanging out with you guys, but it's easy. I'll just put the phone down. I'll stop watching out there, and we'll see. We'll see if FRC does go higher here. Just looking at it as a little bit of a scalp type of trade. FAS, the one that I just brought up a little while ago, the leverage trade, has already gone from 53 to 53.50 since we've been talking about that. I feel like you are getting a little bit of some nice little momentum upside. We'll see what happens on Apple. Does that break through the high? Boom. Look at that. Nice little uplift there. Microsoft, does this reverse? Look at that. Nice outlook there. Google, higher. Boom. Almost to 99. SQQQs going lower. QQQs probably pushing through 300. Now the 301. Banks pushing back and pushing strong here. So TRC, that FRC trade. Oh, man. I'm fighting myself, but I'm not going to do it, team. I'm not going to do it. I feel like that's against what I believe in kind of how I like to approach my process of trading. Too much risk on these names. Avoid them, Mitch. But hey, is what it is. We can do Pinterest on that pullback to VWAP. I talked about that. Look at that move higher. That was a nice one there in Pinterest. I went for the snap. Already up there to 1080s. Not too bad on that. Already up about 1.5% on that position for the swing. Once I get to about 7%, I'll take some profits on Snap. I'm looking for maximum about 8% on the gain here for Snapchat. TQQQs. Rules are meant to be broken. No.
Question here. Brian is saying, Ryan, do you trade options? And if so, what are your thoughts on using technical analysis to trade options? There seems to be conflicting perspective on the matter. So first of all, yes, I trade options when the time is right. If I feel strongly about something, both the timing and the direction of the move, I'll use options if the options are liquid. For the day trading strategy, for the scalping, I generally don't use options. I'm better off at scalping the stock. For swing trades, yeah, we absolutely use options. We've done it here on the show back when swing trading was easier for me to do, or met my criteria, I should say. As far as the technical analysis goes, I always analyze the underlying asset, right? So I don't look at a chart of where the price of the option went. To me, that is meaningless. I want to know what the actual underlying is doing. That's going to respond to fundamentals. That's going to respond to news. It's going to respond to all of that stuff. So I definitely chart the underlying to give myself an idea of where these key levels are going to go. And then I try to capture that movement between those key levels with the option contracts. I hope that helps.
All right, Snapchat back towards the VWAP. I'll look to see if it takes off through 11. That's going to be the next move. Look at Path coming back. That dirty stock did me dirty today, but it is back there towards VWAP. We'll look to see if it gets back up there through 1750s, 1725, holds for pullbacks. And just to mention, the oil trade is starting to bounce there. So I know Captain was looking at that trade. It is bouncing a little bit here. I'll take a look at WTI to see if that's getting a little bit of a pressure move up. And it is. It's back to 6650s here. So might have to take some more profits or just run from the trade here, just take it and run. So I'm going to be looking at Chevron to see if I get back into the red for the day. Of course, I'm still up decently, 6.49%, but I also look at daily P&L to kind of look how my positions are performing on the day, right? That matters to me because I don't want to see that I'm just giving up gains because that's what we're here for in the first place, right? We'll see what happens here on Snap. Do we get that 11 push? SPY's just pushing here. It's 390.34s. We were looking at 388s. It was a slowdown. Definitely sped up.
And Bitcoin pushing here too. So maybe we're getting a little push here overall in risk assets. Yes, FRC is halted to the upside, it looks like.
That's why, team. I was trying to fight myself. I think FRC probably just got sold. That's the reason we might be getting this pop. Of course, this is pure speculation. Nothing is confirmed. I'm just talking rumor, but I feel like it probably got sold. And maybe it probably got sold to a bigger bank. So definitely seeing a little bit of a push there.
Got a report. We got a report 1 minute ago from the Wall Street Journal. Big banks, others discuss capital infusion into First Republic. Here it is. Here's the news article that I'm talking about. Right here in the Benzinga Pro newsfeed for FRC, this would explain the volume pop into the halt. By the way, it's also worth noting Charles Schwab curling up here too. So some of these other banks trading well. It'd be worth checking on WAL as well.
Oh, that was gonna be frustrating, team. I had to hold myself back, but hey, I'll give myself a pat on the back for the discipline of not going after it because who knows where this thing could open up, right? I mean, could open up back there towards where it was. Who knows? I mean, if they're going to be okay and stick around, we'll have to find out where they go to. But this stock was just at 50. Can it get back there? Who knows? SPY is pushing higher though, 390 50s. And I think what's going to happen here is a little part of me feels like we might actually even get an up move in the market, and then it's going to be even more confusing for the Fed. Yeah. What do they focus on? Do they focus on that they need to reassure the banking situation, or do they focus on inflation? I know everyone says that inflation's out the question, but a little part of me hopes that it's not out the question and that the banking situation wasn't that grave and that they focus still on inflation because trust me, the middle class out there and the lower class, we need inflation to come down. The rich, no offense, their money in the bank, I'm not worried about it. I'm worried about inflation because inflation is going to destroy the middle and the lower class. If you want to see the middle class become a low class, that's easily how you do it. It's going to be really frustrating if inflation takes off again because they go and stop raising rates or pivot even early.
Gary asking, is it possible for the Fed to be more confused than they are?
No, they're literally as confused as can be.
That is some funny stuff right there.
They are.
I always count on Gary for a laugh. Good guy.
The rich keep the middle and lower class employed. I do not feel that is actually a true statement, but that's just me.
Yeah, I disagree with you, Mitch.
There's always going to be business. Regardless if the rich washes through, there would be another business.
The rich are rich for a reason.
But hey. SPY just ripping, team. Not taking part in this trade at all. And except with like the Snapchat. So a little frustrated that I'm not taking part in this. I'm on strike 3, and that happens sometimes. Didn't save my risk towards this time. And now we're seeing some stocks kind of push here. Microsoft's reversal. Oh, man, that one would have been a nice one. I was looking at that earlier to see if the SPY would go up, would Microsoft reverse? Look at that break. That's a nice break out there. All right, at the end of the day, we all need each other for this thing to work. Yeah, no. We don't need everybody. Snap! It's the only thing I can take part in, man. Oxy is going higher, so you gushing out there, man. You gushing, Captain. Gushing's going higher.
It all goes down to Fed Day next week. Yeah, Lori, I think that that's going to be a big day for the market. We're gonna learn a lot then, and there's likely to be a lot of opportunities that day as well. Let's see where SPY finishes today.
What I'm also seeing is that our government and governments around the world and banks, whatever it may take, they're reassuring all the uncertainties. So why are we so uncertain? Right? I mean, if they're going to backstop everything, ain't going to go down. At least I feel.
That's why I was talking about KRE at the beginning of the show here today being a potential move, because that's not one individual bank, and instead playing the regional bank sector, which seems to be getting backstopped, if you will. Seems to be getting the help that it needs.
One thing that I can see on the chart is that bigger money is probably looking at 44s. So 44s, 43. I think there's probably buying going on in KRE, people taking some shots. So I'd look for pullbacks like 44.50s, maybe something like that. 44 pullback on KRE doesn't look too bad here. VWAP right now is 43.79. If we could get a pullback to that VWAP, hey, why not KRE, right? We'll see what happens. FRC unhalted. That's interesting.
Yes, sir.
Let's
to
take
the
a look.
upside, 24.78.
Look at this guy coming out of the woodworks.
Hey, man. Hey, man.
Look at this, guys. Look at this.
Let me and my measly
Where did
50
this guy
shares
even
make some
come
money.
from?
Let me
Out
and
of
my measly 50
nowhere.
shares make
Zunaid
some
from
money.
the
A
top
few
row.
moments later.
I'm just saying, man. Let me and my 50 shares make some money.
Where are you coming from?
To be fair, I've been here for a minute. Y'all were just chatting and didn't realize, but
Where are you coming from? Who?
hey, man. Hey, man.
What is going on?
Let me get my 27.36 fill on the limit side. Come on.
Come on, man. Come on,
We'll see.
man.
We'll see how this plays out.
No, I'm just a little annoyed because I was trying to get in there too, so don't worry about it, bro.
Man, as soon as it obviously halted, right? And then I went ahead and just said, you know what, forget it. Give me 50 shares, market price. I don't care what it is. And then as soon as it unhalted, I got filled at 23.60. And then we made a nice little point up.
Oh, man, I wanted that pullback to VWAP at 21.83, but I was like, I'm on strike 3, man. And I listened to my rules, so
Hey, I feel
we'll
you
see
on
what
that.
happens.
Yeah, it is unhalted again.
Well, it's halted again.
Mm-hmm. Sorry. Yeah, it's
Unhalted and halted again.
Yeah.
Unhalted
its
and then
second
halted.
halt. And you
Remember the
broke
third
pre-market
halt, though.
highs,
Be careful
obviously.
with the third halt. Be careful with that. But I think this is going to keep pushing.
I was going to say, is this a little different? Yeah.
It's a little different, but you never know what could come out, right? Because you don't know the terms of that deal. And if the terms come out, that could be sell the news. Right now, it's buy the rumor. That's what you're seeing here, right? This is buy the rumor.
Sure.
Rumor came out on Wall Street Journal. People jumped on it, man. And
For sure.
and you know how the algos are. They're faster than we are. So
Oh,
that's why we were
100%.
seeing that pop in the
That
SPY.
way.
And they were definitely jumping all over this. But one thing that I saw, Zunaid, is look at
What's
the
up?
techs jumping. The tech stocks look like a better,
Yeah.
to me,
Apple moved
long-term,
nicely as well.
longer term thing that you can buy, that you could swing, that you could rely on. Because if we're closer to the pivot, if we're closer to pausing rates, tech stocks will be moving.
Yeah, there's a nice little move on TSM. We've got 300 shares long there. Apple long 100 shares as well. So yeah, definitely tech took a nice little bump. Boeing, what a beautiful move from that 195 support to the upside, as that's above 200 now. Boeing just been on a tear since it found that bottom clearly.
Yep. Since I said it was should be going lower, or I wanted it to go lower, it's been on an absolute tear to the upside. All right.
Boy. Oh boy.
I'm out here for today, folks. Enjoy the basketball. Stay safe, and we'll be back at this again tomorrow. Take care, everybody.
Oh boy. Come on, man. All right. Anyway, what am I looking at here? Oh yeah, we're waiting for FRC here. Let me go ahead and take THMO out since I'm done with that trade. Put you up here. See if that unhalts before our interview gets going here momentarily. Come on. Da, 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 da. All right, so we're waiting for there's an unhalt here on FRC. To the upside we go. 95.91. Ooh, coming right back down. Smack down at 25 levels. What are we going to do?
Let's go.
Went ahead and moved about 50 cents up and then 50 cents right back down. Is it going to break 25 to the downside? Holding 25, 25.13, 25.28, coming down, back forward 25. Are we going to see a stop? There's a crack at 25. To the downside we go. We'll see if we can be greedy and have it work off.
Zunaid in the horse races.
Come on, man. We need that pop
He's
to 25.
in the races.
Oh,
He's in the races.
Back down. Come on. Maybe I should have tried to sell it at 26, I guess, instead of 27.36. But nonetheless,
I know how
nice
that
little
goes.
pop to the upside. And of course, our TSM trade up about how many points is that? I can't even. I think it's 50 cents on that trade.
Smash the like out there, team.
And that is halted to the downside on FRC. Did not give us a third halt to the upside.
I got to give Lori some props here. She's bringing in some information that could be interesting. She's saying maybe some selling en route to the euro close within a half hour. That's actually an interesting conversation there, Lori. Good mention there. I actually got to say, looks like I have to soon call you the guru. Keep learning, Lori. You're bringing up some good stuff there. What's the rumor causing the SPY to jump? It's the FRC banks coming in. I think this is from the Wall Street Journal. Let me go ahead and look it up on Benzinga Pro to kind of give you guys a little bit more background. But let's take a look here. Okay. So a couple of banks got halted on that circuit breaker. Big banks discussing capital infusion in First Republic. That was with a Wall Street Journal report, and that came in at 10:50. I want to see when. I'm going to look at on Wall Street Journal to see exactly when that came in on their report there. So I'm going to Wall Street Journal right now to take a look there. Looks like this came out exactly at 10:51. So that's the timestamp they have from Wall Street Journal. So look at the SPY at 10:51. That was right when it was trying to get through that 389 spot and started getting the move. All right, we'll see what else is going on. This is one of those days, one of the days in the markets where you just don't know where it's going to go. It's definitely scary out there, but FRC, if the big banks will step in, will that give them the lift? And how would the big banks react on that? Well, you can see they went a little bit higher. JPM getting a little bit of a spike there. So we'll see what happens here, team. I'm going to wrap up my trading here. Going to go ahead and leave Zunaid. Zunaid's going to go ahead and get into an interview in just a few minutes here. So don't go anywhere, team. Stick around. We got a lot for you guys right here on Benzinga. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be an exciting day, right? We'll keep watching on these banks. And I'll tell you what, you guys stick around. I'm sure Zunaid will also cover what's going on in the banks right after his interview and give you guys a little quick update. Just to give you guys also some background, AB will be joining right here on this stream right after that, keeping up with all the action, bringing in some really good conversation later. So you guys stick around for that. Benzinga Live will also be on this stream after the interview. We got a lot going on. Hit the thumbs up. I'm going to back out of here. We'll see what happens on my Snapchat trade to see if that can go a little bit higher, and catch me a little bit later on Start Swing Trading. That starts, of course, at 3 p.m. Eastern. And I'll change the background here and kick it to you, my friend.
All right. You guys know I love to talk to executives and see what they have to say instead of just reading about it on an article. But Anthony, you let me know with a thumbs up whenever you are ready to go, my friend, and we will get rock and rolling. Looks like you told me to hang on a tight a minute, and I got the thumbs up, so we are good to go. It's the executives that can go ahead and answer questions that you in the chat want to ask. And of course, today we're going to be interviewing the CEO of DOCU, ticker DCGO. So let me go ahead and welcome on Anthony. How's it going, Anthony?
Going well, going well. How are you?
I'm doing well. Look, I like the background. I feel like I need a TV like that in my little back area here. I really like that. Nice little setup you got.
Yeah. I mean, we do our best. We do our best. Where we bring the good people in. The rest of the building maybe not as nice. We're kind of penny pinchers there. But.
Well, look, I mean, not only is your backdrop great, you reported earnings earlier, which I want to dive into. Those were some impressive results as well. But before we get into the nitty gritty, if you'd explain it to me like I'm five, what is it that your company does?
So DocGo is probably the nation's largest fully mobile medical provider. Mobile medicine is medicine provided outside of the fixed four walls of a traditional healthcare institution. So we're bringing healthcare where it's needed, when it's needed. That could be in someone's home, could also be in a homeless shelter. It could be right on the street where an unsheltered homeless member needs it, or in a housing project, but it could also be in a conference room, just like I'm in right now at an employer's office. We bring care where it's needed, when it's needed, with our over 5,000 clinicians that are covering over 28 states, the US, Canada, and the UK.
Now, what's interesting to me is that you're able to service homeless people and, on the street and different things like that. If I may just be very straightforward, how are you making money on that? Or is that a cost of doing business? How does that work in terms of a business model and not the ethics of it?
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of it has to do with the fact that the most expensive populations for municipal services, like a county hospital, tend to be those which are the most underserved. So it is extremely beneficial to do what DocGo is a leader in, which is proactive medicine, getting it before a patient goes into the ER, before they decompensate. So that proactive medicine allows them to avoid the ER. So that's the benefit to the municipalities, that you're avoiding these acute episodic escalations. And so we contract directly with the municipality on a flat fixed rate basis. So we go with, let's say, a Department of Homeless Services in a given city, a given county, and they then pay us a fixed rate. And for that fixed rate, we get our guaranteed margin, which means we can deliver the highest quality service possible. And we don't have variability in demand. We're not subjective to, say, changes in reimbursement amounts. We have a very high predictability in our margin profile, as well as our future forward-looking revenue.
Got it. That makes perfect sense. Now you talked about fixed numbers, so let's go ahead and dive into it. In 2022, I believe your revenues increased to approximately 440 million, which was about an increase of 38% there. What's impressive to me is that the first thing I thought of was, well, yeah, duh, like COVID testing, this, that, the other. But no, you actually had a nice little increase if you excluded COVID testing as well. So for about a minute, tell me about the past, what led to your success, and then we'll dive into the future here.
Yeah, good question. It's worth noting that at the beginning of 2022, we gave guidance of 400 to 420 million. So we finished the calendar year of 2022 at 400 and 40-ish million in revenue. So significantly above where we started the year's estimates. Now, if you subtract COVID from both periods, 2021 and 22, so COVID mass testing revenue, subtracting both, we actually had a 75% increase in revenue year over year. The amount of revenue we had to meticulously replace was very significant, but we did so because we reinvested every single dollar that we received from kind of that COVID type of testing revenue into expanding the clinical scope, the practice, the geography, the licensure, our pharmacy, our lab licenses, all of that we expanded geographically and horizontally with our clinical competencies. And thus we now provide more value to all these municipalities. And at the end of 2021, we had 17 mass COVID testing contracts. And through that, we converted 15 of those to other population health contracts. So that was a very, very big win. That was the most important aspect of our focus for 2022. And I'm very proud to say that the team knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, and I know you're off to a good start here in 2023 as well, because you were awarded about 180 million in new business in the United States, United Kingdom, since like January, because of the demand of the mobile healthcare grows. And for the year, we talked about the past. Tell me what's leading to that success here today. Like, what's the game plan for 2023? How are you going to grow?
Yeah, there's a few ways, but the primary way is that the largest portion of DOCU's revenue today comes from the government sector. These are usually municipalities and the federal government. Majority of those awards come through what's called an RFP, request for proposal. It's a public procurement process. We have made a science of that. We used to do 2 to 3 of those a month in the $2 to $10 million range. Now we do 2 to 3 of those a week. And they're in the, they're averaging $30 to $50 million in annualized revenue. And so that's a really, really big win for the company. And the success rate continues to grow because it's almost self-fulfilling to some degree. The larger we get, the more competence we have, the more experience we have. In most RFPs, the award is based predominantly on past performance history, not price or anything else. So the more past performance history you have, the more likely you are to win. And that's a wheel. So that 180 million, which is over 3 years, which you can kind of think about it, 60 million a year, we'll achieve 42 of it in this calendar year because it's going to get all rolled out by the end of Q3, is mostly the direct result of a very successful RFP team.
Yeah. Now you want to go ahead and continue winning. And I feel like one of the ways you can do that is when you have an edge, right? So there are other companies out there that may do similar things to what you do. What is it about your company that kind of leads things in everything that is that you do compared to everybody else?
Technology. Very simply, at our core, we are a software company. When we were private, we raised, quote me, maybe about $140 million before we went public in private funds. Almost half of that we spent on building out our technology. And I know I was our chief technology officer when we kind of formed the company. And that's what my degree's is in artificial intelligence. And we built out world-class software, not just software that a service company might have, but that does all the AI for predictive analytics for distributing, routing, and dispatching. Every day we send thousands and thousands of providers matching their clinical capabilities and patient need together in a fully automated fashion with totally automated dispatching, integrating into EMRs, being able to make it so that it's very accessible and integrated with the municipal health systems. All of that components that do a full continuity of care is based on our technology stack. And it is very, very difficult to replicate. Highly complex, highly sophisticated. We deploy to production 6 to 7 times every single day. This is world-class software at our company, and that's the key differentiator for us.
Now, maybe about like 2 weeks ago, I had to go to get a physical at the doctor's, right? And my appointment was at 2.
I didn't get seen till about 3 o'clock. That gets a little annoying. There's certain services that you do have to go to the hospital for to be seen in person, but I feel like there's also a big boom in the hospital at home concept, if you will, right? Do you agree that that's kind of like the future, if you will? And how are y'all best positioned? I know technology is a big edge for y'all, but otherwise, how else are you going to be able to successfully capture more of that market space if you believe that is going to be the future of that hospital at home insight?
Sure. I think it all comes down to trying to make sure that you're using the medical professionals and facilities at the top of their abilities. And so just trying to pair together what is the need of yourself or the patient at the time with what is the competency of the person you're going to see. If you're going in there because you're having, very low level, more common respiratory issues, you don't need to see a physician who's, probably needs to earn $250 to $300 an hour. That just doesn't make sense. And also the reimbursement is not commensurate with that. So you have to then upcharge. It's misalignment of incentives. So we can handle nearly everything, both urgent and primary care, in the home. You could go on, if you're in New York, New Jersey, Tennessee, you can download our DOCU On Demand app from the App Store or Android, and you can get a nurse to your house in less than an hour. So you wake up in the morning and you have that issue. Your child is having, throat irritations, and you want them to have the strep test. We can not only show up and assess, diagnose, but then deliver the antibiotics right there without you ever having to leave home. It's a full turnkey solution where you never have to leave either your home, or maybe it's preventative care and we come to your office. We come where it's needed, when it's needed. And we can do so because of our clinical kind of arbitrage model. We can do so at a very, very affordable cost.
Yeah, I had a chance to download your app, and it's very user-friendly. I checked out your website. Your mission, We Go, is what you're all about, and I love that. Now, we've had a lot of conversations. We've had a lot of topics that we've talked about, but I wanted to turn it over to you. If there was anything else that you wanted to talk about that I didn't get a chance to ask you, the floor is yours to talk to our viewers.
Well, the most exciting part is what's coming. We are just scratching the surface. We've built an amazing foundation over the last 7 years of having thousands and thousands of very, very well-skilled clinicians. Now it's how do we apply them? DocGo is becoming the leader in proactive healthcare. And to be proactive, you need to be monitoring people with chronic conditions so that you can provide the care for them before they decompensate. And that's focused on RPM and CCM, remote patient monitoring, where people are giving you their vitals on a daily basis, and chronic care management, where you're taking that vital information, you're working with the patients, and you're doing things like diabetic dietitians or sleep coaches, you're titrating medications. And this is the future of DocGo. We are committed that by the end of the year, we will have over 50,000 active members who we are doing remote device or remote patient monitoring for. A large portion will be doing chronic care management for. We are going to take the patients in the US who are most chronically at risk for healthcare issues, who have the greatest cost and the greatest need. And we're going to be proactive. We're going to manage them. We're going to deliver much better patient outcomes, and we're going to save our healthcare system a substantial amount of money.
Well, look, you've got 50,000 users you're looking to add. I'll be one of them because it's now Uber Eats, Instacart, and now it's DocGo for me because I'm all about convenience. So, Anthony, I appreciate you hopping on. Really great quarter. I look forward to the next conversation we have in the future, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Take care, Anthony. All right, y'all. You heard it straight. I mean, it really is interesting. I would recommend, if you are someone who likes to have a service that is a bit more convenient. If you're busy, if you're a parent, a family, you've got meetings and you need to see somebody, but you can't travel in traffic and this, that, the other, it definitely is something that's interesting to me. But of course, as always, do your due diligence before you put your hard-earned money to work. But it's a really interesting concept. I like the app. It's very user-friendly, and that's the biggest thing for me whenever I'm trying to work with something. But it's the convenience factor, AB, for me, because I know you're a lazy guy as well.
Me? Well, I was gonna show you. Real quick my Robinhood today because it's been pretty fun. I'm not up yet. I should say on the day. But look at this. So I was buying some SPY calls yesterday. Basically, I just think all this fear is overblown. And I'll get to this with I got my first guest, Stephen Hoch, hanging out backstage, the stop hunter. So we're gonna bring him on in a couple minutes, or as soon as he gets his camera on. But look at this. At 10:20 a.m. I was down $606 in my Robinhood account. Did I sell? Did I get scared? No. I held on, and less than an hour later, I was up $26. Still didn't sell. And then I went back down $250, coming back up. Now I'm down $40. So I'll keep an eye on this throughout the show.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I got kind of screwed where I set some stop losses last week and got stopped out of some contracts, and then they ended up going up like 1,000%. So I swore off stop losses. So I'm just gonna like go down with the ship at this point.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is not financial advice.
No, not at all.
So I'll say this because I know Hope. I've talked to Steven before. He's a great guy. Looking forward to that segment of yours. But two things. Put up your chart real quick again.
Yeah.
You've got higher highs. That's what I'm seeing. All right. That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
You've got higher highs.
I mean, if you were buying calls on my if you were buying calls on my portfolio down here, you'd be up a lot of money. I mean, look at this straight line up basically, and I'm hoping
higher highs is all I see. You've got resistance obviously right there at break even, which I like to call the previous close. We'll see if you go ahead and break through those resistance levels. But nonetheless, my man, have fun. You're a lunatic. And again, ladies and gentlemen, this is not financial advice. Not from maybe from Steven, yeah, but not from me.
Oh, still no, but this is definitely not. All right, Zunaid, great interview. Thanks, and we'll talk soon. All right, guys, welcome to Benzinga Live, transitioning straight from live trading to Benzinga Live. Let's go ahead and get that intro going. And when we come back, we'll bring on Stephen Hoge, the stop hunter. We're going to be talking about the latest and what's going on with the banking stocks, what's going on with crude oil and energy prices, as Stephen is a former Koch Industries energy trader, a bigger expert in energy than I'll ever be. And that's for damn sure. So without further ado, let's go ahead and run that intro, and we'll be back.
This is Benzinga Live. Spencer Israel and producer AB. What's up, everybody? How we doing?
Someone told me buy high, sell higher.
Let's get Matt Hammond on the show to talk some IPOs. Jake Wojacek from Trend Spider. We have a breaking news.
What is up, Mr. Stephen Hoge? How are you doing on this beautiful Thursday?
I'm fine, thank you, Aaron. Yeah, it's not so bad here as well. Yeah, the sun's out, the markets are down. What could be, better?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you saw where I was just showing my portfolio, but as you can see from that, I think I have the risk tolerance to be a professional trader like you were. I don't know if I have any of the other attributes that is needed to be successful in that area.
You might have a few accountants and risk managers watching over your shoulder closely, I think, in the world of trading with that sort of positioning. But no, each their own. If you make money at the end of the day, then that's what matters.
Well, since we are, kind of crunched on time today, I'm going to go ahead and pop up your charts and let's start ripping through them.
Sure. Okay, so first up, I thought I'd have a look at what's going on in Europe in terms of banks. Obviously, we are also feeling the fallout over here from, those interesting bank stocks, the Silicon Valleys and all that sort of thing. HSBC, UK bank, picked up the Silicon Valley arm for a pound over here, that UK European side of the business. So as you can see, though, I've put a selection together here. Some pretty big UK ones, HSBC, Barclays. We have something called challenger banks over here. They're the smaller ones, a bit like your Signatures and something like that. It's Metro Bank there. They're popular in the business world, like funding those new startups. Down just a bit more. You can see 30% down there. And then we got the big players, Deutsche Bank and BNP, equally down the same. But just wanted to pull up the Credit Suisse one, as we know they're struggling. But it's not a new thing, because that chart goes back top right there to 2021, and it's been a downhill slope, 87, 88%. So it's not a shock that, they're so bad. They've been bad for a while.
Yeah, well, what I found interesting, Stephen, is I saw a headline today that the English central bank is, hiked again and basically said the banking sector's resilient and it's fine. But then you look at these charts and it's kind of telling a different story. What do you think about that?
No, I don't think it's fine, because it's, we're seeing they're not lending out money like they're not being banks anymore. It seems they're not doing their job as they should, and they're still feeding off. When I saw it going through the 2008 crisis, it was a case of them being a bit more reckless. It's like the reverse way of behaving, but with the same outcome. Now they've all been buying bonds and being very cautious and not being like banks should. Now the interest rates have gone up, they're getting hit. That side, credit default swaps, that name that was hardly mentioned for many years, has reared its head again, and I think they're quite weak, actually, a lot of these banks. And you can see in the share price, people are concerned, and it only takes one or two to fold like we've seen, and then the contagion effect spreads, and those numbers, get a lot worse. So generally, I think it's a global picture now rather than just the US. They're all suffering the same problems.
Yeah, and sorry, I said English central bank. I should have said European central bank.
Yeah, the ECB. Yeah,
ECB hiked, and but yeah, I mean, so you're not at a point, Stephen, where you'd be comfortable taking a stab at any of these yet.
No, I'll be shorting that sector all day long at the moment. So it's when it is more bullish, it's a hard sector to play. It's not the most volatile normally, so there's better sectors to be in. You want to pick on one of these runs and get lucky. The guy who was like buying puts probably on SVB last week probably made a fortune, on that sort of thing. But no, I'm staying well clear or going short that sort of sector at the moment.
There you go. All right, well, Stephen, let's transition into some energy, some oil, because I know that's kind of the area you come from, your expertise. I saw yesterday crude oil prices hit its lowest point since 2021. I've been recently watching oil and energy prices as kind of a proxy for, if oil's getting crushed, the thought is, okay, that means global demand for oil's down. That's not great for the global, health of the economy. How do you see this?
Yeah, no, completely correct. The big driver behind it at the moment, I think, is Chinese demand. That people look there first because they've been such a growth economy for so long. The signs, if they're picking up, a lot of demand goes there, and they're a bit scared of China at the moment. That demand there, and then you've also got some other factors. The inflation, interest rate, keep pushing up. If US dollar get stronger, remember these are WTI is priced in dollars, so that affects the demand, and also the banking crisis that we're going through at the moment. It's a knock of confidence on people's opinion of people are going to invest in the industries that use crude oil, and think if the demand's not there, the price is going to go down. And you can see from the chart there, it's been range bound for quite a while and just poking its head below now. Next stop $56 per barrel. If it keeps on like it is in the information behind it, you can see below that volatility down the bottom spiked up, and that's normally if you see it moving up like that, I look for the inverse for the price action, which is happening. The large speculators, commitment of traders, they're the ones that have to guess the price right, and they're also going the same way as the price. So even the commercials, that's an inverse relationship to the price as well, which is happening. So everything there at the moment technically is looking very bearish, and then back it up with the Chinese and banking, interest rates, inflation. It's a gloomy picture at the moment.
Yeah, and so that's really the big thing we're looking at, right? Or at least like the way you see it for the global demand of oil is China's oil demand, and if that starts to increase, then oil should start looking a little bit better.
Correct. Yeah, you look for there are other flags out there that you want to see being waved to the indicators that the Chinese economy is picking up. Once you see them, another one you can use, we've talked about it before, copper, for example, being that industrial.
Dr. Copper.
Yeah. When he rears his head and looks good, 60% of the world's copper goes through China. That shows they're up to stuff, making stuff, selling stuff. So there's a lot of indicators out there. I suppose there's also a bit of that political rhetoric in the price as well. People aren't sure what's happening between China and the West there as well. So that adds in a bit of uncertainty and concern, which probably dampens down the demand side as well. But yeah, China's, I think, the lead at the moment, followed, like I said, by the banking stuff and interest rate inflation control.
Got it. And Stephen, I know you had all these charts prepared coming in, but it's been kind of a crazy day. You mentioned that the markets in England have been down today, but S&P 500 is absolutely ripping right now. Is there any chance you can pull up a kind of live chart on the S&P 500 or the QQQ?
Do you want to?
You know, I'm personally invested in this right now.
Yeah, I know you want to know whether you're making money or not, don't you?
That's exactly what I want to know, Stephen. And I have a feeling the audience might not care as much, but that's
there you go. That's the light. S&P 500 E-mini futures contract at the moment. It's coming up to a pivot point, so it might take 39.70. Some profit taking maybe in that sort of area there.
Do you think I should join that profit taking right now, or?
I can't pass investment advice over the television. At the moment, I'd still be long. There's nothing telling me to get out at the moment. The short-term signals still you can see this one here, still looking, but it's been bullish actually, telling me from UK time yesterday, actually afternoon, you'd probably want to be buying it into the S&P yesterday afternoon. But at the moment, it's ripping up. If it does break through this 39.70, it's that magic 4,000 next. So it's down to you, Aaron. You've got.
I'll trim because I have a lot of contracts. I'm still holding 10 SPY calls right now, so I'm going to go ahead and take this moment to trim. If you want to go pop back to some of the charts that you had prepared, just give me 30 seconds to do this and get out of some of these contracts, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm right here.
I thought you were going to put me on the advert. So why are you making?
No.
Right. So what else have we got? Well, there's today's heat map, the last week's activity, tech sector. I'm actually going to take you into some ETFs here. So I was looking what's good and what's bad. Healthcare sector's been pulling off, not so good. Insurance, they're top right. Big last few bad days, probably because of the credit default swap. People looking for insurance now in these times, and people thinking, well, they're going to take a hit, these insurance companies. So maybe the price coming off there. Bottom left, obviously, the banking sector getting smacked, as you can see, generally. That's a US ETF. And then I try to find some glimmer of hope, light at the end of the tunnel. And the only sort of sector I could still find that was doing well was semiconductors. And trade of the week last week, AMD, I think, was up 4.5% this morning on the open. So that's still doing quite nicely. So that was the only, like I said, the shining light out there at the moment, semiconductors sector. And we've got some other charts, obviously with the banking sector doing what it's doing. We've got the dollar getting slightly stronger, though I thought it would get stronger still, but it hasn't. It's sort of just starting to tail off. Now, when investors get scared, they traditionally head for currencies like the Japanese yen and Swiss franc, safe haven currencies, or gold is another example. So, currency strength index on here at the moment, majors, you can actually see Swiss and the Japanese yen had been gaining over March. This is a period over March, just coming off today. So maybe things are calming down a bit. US and the other majors sort of sitting in the middle. The weak one still Australian and Canadian, which are more commodity focused, which sort of makes sense to me there. And we look at quickly the gold price. You can see it's in a nice little bullish run, bit of support around $1,800 and trying to push up towards 2,000. Don't know if it's going to get there though. 1900.
And so, Stephen, since we are kind of crunched on time and we do got to run, I want to ask you one final question just in regards to that dollar. A lot of people see it as kind of, when the dollar's strong, equities are weaker, and when the dollar's weaker, equities are stronger. Do you see it that simply, or how do you view it from the lens of looking at like the US dollar from over there across the pond?
Yeah, no, it's certainly a filter. It's a good way of thinking. I'm not so sure on the stock side. Yes, it does have the impact. You've got to think if you're exporting lots of stuff, stronger dollar is not going to be so good for US exports, more expensive. So that, you've got to see how the makeup of the companies are that are international. But it's more, I think, to do like commodities. If, the dollar's stronger, most commodities are priced in dollars. So that makes them more expensive. That puts pressure on them. If the dollar is up again, gold is quite an inverse play there. Big factor in the price of gold would be down. But then that's being mixed up at the moment with the fear in the banking sector. So it does have a correlation, but you've got to be careful. I suppose that you've got to put a caveat around there. You're correct. but there's a lot of other, factors that go into making that decision. I wouldn't just go based on that. It's a nice filter to have when you're trading, but just trading it like that, I would say, would be a bit risky.
Yeah, and that's like any rule like that that's in the market where it's like, oh, if the dollar is going down, stocks are going up. Like even if it's a pretty true correlation, it's never like that simple. So I always like to hear from a professional trader like yourself.
It's a bit more complex, multi-dimensional than that. It's there, but be careful.
Got it. All right. Well, Steven, again, thanks for hopping on. Steven Hode, the Stop Hunter, going to go ahead and drop his YouTube channel in the chat if you want to go see some more great content from Steven. Steve, we'll see you next Thursday.
Yeah, we'll do. Thanks, Aaron. I'll speak to you then.
Of course. All right, guys, that was Steven Hode, the Stop Hunter. Again, going to go ahead and drop that link in the chat. Joined here live and in person by my man, Hot Stocks, Luke. Luke, how we doing today?
Doing well. We got, not that well. Can you hear me, Aaron, or no?
No, I cannot. Mr. Aaron Thomas, can we get Luke's microphone on, please? All right, guys, coming up. We're good to go, Luke.
All right. You asked me how I was doing. I said I was doing well because we got a good interview ahead of us.
Set us up.
Set us up?
Yeah.
All right. Fintech space.
Okay.
Earnings out earlier this week. We're going to talk to the CEO and founder and get a first look at those earnings. How's that?
Let's do it. All right, without further ado, let's go ahead and bring on the CEO of Money Lion. Let's go ahead and give our very special Zinger Nation intro.
Alrighty, D, how are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you, Luke?
Doing well. You had a very busy, exciting week, it seemed like.
We did. Lots going on in the fintech world, as you know.
Oh yeah. So you had a couple things to wrestle with. You had the Silicon Valley Bank, Signature Bank, etc. situation going on. But then at the very same time, I mean, you came out and posted some pretty strong numbers. I mean, revenue growth plus 71% year-over-year basis to 95 million, almost 100% user growth, adjusted EBITDA negative 32 million to negative 6 million on a year-over-year basis. So there's like this story out there of trouble in the space, the banking space, the fintech space in general. Doesn't seem like that was the case for Moneyline.
Yeah, look, I think, if you look at the backdrop right now, there's a lot of doom and gloom about, of course, what happened at Silicon Valley Bank. But we continue to see strength. We play an interesting role. We are the interface layer on the existing banking ecosystem. So we want to provide advice, content, in a lot of ways, similar to Benzinga. We want to be educating the average American household on how to make sense of their money, right? So we have our own first-party products, our own third-party products. And especially in times of dislocation and turmoil, we actually play a pretty important role in demystifying and explaining to the gig economy worker, the Uber driver, the Lyft driver, really hardworking American families, how to think about saving and investing. And that customer obsession played out. Of course, we were able to get over 1 million customer adds. But if you look at the history of Moneyline, we've always been very good at adding a lot of customers to our platform, giving them advice, giving them products. We've also for a long period of time, been able to show revenue growth. What was interesting about the quarter was we were able to play against the consensus in the market right now that fintech can't get to profitability, right? So we, being ahead of plan on EBITDA was something that the team worked really hard on while still providing incredible service and value to our customers.
So I want to come back to the profitability aspect in a second here. But just for our viewers out there who don't know Moneyline and aren't familiar with the business, I'm going to try to explain it in very, very simple terms, just the value chain and the revenue model, and then hop in and correct me where I'm wrong. But basically, what you've created is you've created the tools, the data, the information for individuals to be able to control their personal finances, learn about their personal finances, grow in their personal finances, all in one place. Once you have those users who are interacting with sort of that free experience that you have for them, you can then refer those users over to your own financial products or to third-party financial products, and that's where the revenue is made. Is that a fair way to think about the business?
Yeah, that's accurate, right? So Moneyline, it's available to download as an app. We provide everything from digital banking to credit products to managed investing, active investing, so you can trade stocks on Moneyline. So that's the consumer part of the business that you just described. We made two very interesting acquisitions last year. We bought a company called Even Financial, and that allows us to have a two-sided marketplace. So what we realized was we're not going to be able to make every single financial product in America, but the American household thinks about their lives as they may have a month where they have a little bit of an excess, and they may have a month where they're in a little bit of a deficit, and they need to basically string together financial products for those inflection points. And to have that network is really important because, again, we're able to provide our own first-party consumers every financial product, whether it's a personal loan or credit card, an insurance product. But similarly, because of our DNA as a data company, as a quantitative data company, we're now able to provide the insights and the technology and the learnings from the consumer side back out to the market. So everyone can take advantage of some of our learnings. Again, there's a lot of enhanced intelligence, artificial intelligence, you can pick the right word. But it's really a virtuous cycle between the consumer and the enterprise side. We also bought a media studio, right? So we have Moneyline Media now. We're able to produce our own original series all around financial literacy, right? So we've partnered with Brandon Copeland on No Stupid Questions, Moneyline University, and we syndicate that content across the network. We use it, of course, in the Moneyline consumer app. But if others, banks, fintechs, especially finance companies, other aggregators wanted to use that content, we make that available to them as well.
Excellent. And I like the Even Financial shout out. Phil Rosen is a good friend of Benzinga. All right, I'll turn it back to the profitability piece now. I've seen a focus on profitability coming out of the Moneyline messaging for a while, especially the messaging to the financial world. The headline number that I saw yesterday was adjusted EBITDA was -$6 million, an improvement from -$32 million just a year ago. Yep. Talk to us a little bit about this focus to get to profitability. How are you doing it? Is it just a matter of the business is scaling and margins are improving from scale? But give us the breakdown there.
Yeah, so the interesting part of that, the -$6 million of EBITDA in Q4, was that we actually had a positive December. Right. So that was a very important inflection point for the firm, for the company, because it proved to everybody around the table that, hey, we can have a dual mandate. We can be greedy on revenue and still have an incredible value proposition for consumers. Right. So we saw the American consumer be very resilient in Q4, right? So we're seeing a lot of things in the stock market, but the American consumer, the household, is still in a very healthy position, and that drove some of the expansion and margin there. The other thing that we're seeing is some of the synergies from the acquisitions started to really kick in Q4, right? So the network side, our ability to cross-sell our first-party products to folks that are coming in from the market, our ability to provide data products back into the market, all of them started really kicking in Q4 and really propelled the quarter for us.
Excellent. I got a couple questions. I guess one that I've always been curious about, and maybe this is less interesting for the viewers, but one I've always wondered about. How do you think about third-party versus your own products? You've got the mix of your own financial products that you're offering to your users. You also have the big network of third parties. Over the past couple of years, you've seen a massive revenue shift in, largely first-party products over to the third-party products. How do you think about what you want to launch internally, where you're going to go next with product development, et cetera?
Yeah, look, you always have to go back to the consumer insight here, right? I mean, you and I probably don't think of our financial lives as, in piecemeal. We probably think about it holistically, right? The insurance product that we take, the mortgage that we have, the credit cards that we have, the personal loans that we use, the healthcare that we have. We think of it holistically, trying to get to goals, right? So we've taken a similar approach. The interface layer that we always talk about, Moneyline, the consumer product, we want to converse with consumers on a daily basis for 60 to 120 seconds about their financial lives. what we've realized is we're very good at creating first-party products. If you think about Moneyline, it's banking, it's investing, it's credit, it's rewards. And all of those products create a lot of data. So I know exactly when our customers are getting paid. We know exactly how quickly it decays. We know what they're spending it on. And based on that, we can say, look, for this time in your life, here is how other people like you may be positioning themselves. So we had that insight even before we took the company public and even before we did the acquisitions. When some of these acquisitions came available in the market, we said, hey, that's a really interesting opportunity for us because we're already seeing our consumers behave in a certain way. We can now really extend our value proposition, our reasons to believe for them to be on our platform and never give them a reason to leave our platform to another competitor or another service provider by really having a solution for them when things go well and when things go poorly. And of course, in doing so, it's a smart business model because we've already spent the money to acquire the consumer. And now we're really extending the lifetime value by providing additional capabilities. Now, of course, with the advancement of so much data, we can now we can now run a lot of lookalike models around it. We can run a lot of retargeting, a lot of lifecycle campaigns around it. So if you think about our business model, part of it is a one-to-all marketplace. On our consumer side, we're running a consumer marketplace with our own first-party products and third-party products that you'd see in the market with aggregator type of companies as well.
Excellent. I appreciate it. I want to talk about the stock a little bit, and you don't necessarily need to comment on the stock. You're obviously more than welcome to. But I mean, the stock is trading at half price to sales ratio, which is low. And I look at that, and it puzzles me a little bit because I'm looking at these Q4 results. Again, we had 71% revenue growth. You had almost 100% user growth. You showed in the month of December that the company can be profitable. Is there some story that you think the market is missing, or is it just the world, you want the world to hear about, what you were able to accomplish in Q4 and some of the preceding quarters?
Yeah, I mean, look, if you look at the trajectory, when we took the company public 2 years ago, at the end of 2020, the company was valued at $2.5 billion, right? And we did $76 million of revenue. We did $328 million of revenue last year, and really exited December actually adjusted EBITDA positive. So how do I kind of like play that in my mind and kind of make logic out of it? A couple of things, right? So I do think that there's a regime change in interest rates, and that just changes the way investors think of risk premiums and the way they think about sort of asset allocation. That's completely impacted us. I say this internally, 2022 was one of the most turbulent and dramatic years for operating a business. We hadn't seen that level of drawdown simultaneously in the equity and bond markets probably in 50 plus years, if not more, right? So navigating that, I think we're all now kind of just seeing what the impact of that is. Like the bank balance sheets are feeling it. The American consumer is healthy, but at the same time, it's really odd in terms of how our stock and other fintech stocks have traded. The other thing I would say is like, look, just kind of given the technicals of the business, I think it's we have to prove it. We have to continue showing profitability. We feel really good about some of the tough decisions we made in Q4 in terms of our expense base. I think the company is way leaner than it was a year ago. We're focusing on areas of the business that we know we can generate a profit in. And we're really obsessing about the customer at the end of the day to make sure that we're fulfilling pain points that they have at various inflection points. So a combination of all of that, I feel incredibly bullish about Moneyline, and I know that it's a long way up to get it back to the right multiples. But we're here to stay. We're not only to survive but thrive here, right? It sucks looking at the stock price, but at the end of the day, we're continuing to execute with a great team.
Yeah. And I can very much relate to what you're saying about 2022 being a tough year. Like our business, we really got it going in 2011. Yeah. We hadn't seen a down market, which is sort of phenomenal that we had that long of a stretch. But I used to get to come on and do video for an hour every single day. 2002 happens, not so much anymore. Now it's like once a month. Got to reprioritize time a little bit. But yeah, And it's definitely a challenging year. And like for our business, I know we learned a lot. We're entering 2023 in a much stronger place than we were in 2022. And I imagine it's the same for a lot of the space.
Yeah, and businesses that make those tough decisions, speed matters here, right? So the faster you make it, the more likely you're going to have from a probability perspective of kind of getting that rebound and that slingshot, if you will.
Absolutely. All right, last question I have for you, D. What is the one thing you're most excited about in the upcoming year?
Yeah, we're super excited about just continuing to execute on the synergies of the business. There are data assets inside of Moneyline that no one gives us credit for. We've seen over 100 million American consumers come through our systems with 33 million unique profiles in our system. Just taking all of that and giving back on a free consumer product, the ability to think about embedding Chat GPT into your bank transactions, right? So how much did I spend on insurance last June? Rank my top 17 most highly paid merchants for December, right? We have, LLMs and a lot of the hype around sort of Chat GPT and the like are great, but we have the data set, right? The banks have the customers, the tech companies have the data. We have both. And now our ability to kind of take advantage of the quantitative AI DNA that's been a part of the business since the day we founded the business is really exciting for us to bring that to market. And we believe that there's lots of great business opportunities from a revenue generation capability, but also to just provide amazing products to consumers.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All righty. Thank you, D, for joining us. Founder and CEO of Moneyline. The ticker is ML. And we will talk to you soon, sir.
Thank you, D.
Thanks, Aaron.
All righty, Luke. That was a hot interview. I like talking to companies that are kind of in a similar space as us,
Yeah, because you know the business a lot better.
Right.
When you give me these interviews and it's like a small oil company, I'm like really grasping.
Yeah, or like a AI company, and you're trying to talk about,
But for the AI interviews, I just Chat GPT it.
Yeah, the ChatGPT knows the
I
AI
just
companies
plug in
better
their
than anyone.
questions in
Better than
ChatGPT
anyone.
it.
All right, well, Luke, great job on that interview. What do you want to talk stocks for a few minutes? I've got my man Steve Kalasian hanging out backstage. So we could talk stocks for a couple minutes, maybe bring Steve on for a few minutes.
Yeah, let's talk stocks for a couple minutes here.
Okay.
I do want to disclose Moneyline is a paid partner of Benzinga, not on the content side of things, but they do some work with our SEO business.
Okay.
Did you know that?
No, I did not know that. But
you
now
go.
the more you know, the more you
know.
Do you remember that like the more you know reading thing when you were a kid? Oh, all right. Someone's got that meme out there.
The only thing I remember is the Hump Day commercial, but
That's
today's
the only
Thursday.
thing you remember.
I bring that up a couple times.
What about when you were a kid at like elementary school? Did you have like Scholastic book fairs?
Yeah, we had that.
All right, that was fun.
Wait, Scholastic, that's a public company, isn't it?
Is
Yeah,
it?
It is. Yeah, SCHL.
Scholastic. What are they?
Scholastic is busting. All right.
Just a publisher. All right, let's pull it up.
Yeah, pull it up.
Wait, quick update on my portfolio because this is how we started the show. Look at this, Luke. Went from down $600 on the day. We are now up more than 200.
What is this SPY flip or what's the deal?
Oh yeah, SPY's up like 1% right now. And here's the thing. When everyone on like FinTwit and stuff yesterday was like, "Oh my God, it's so over! Like the market's gonna crash." Like that's kind of my buy sign, right? Like that's what when the more fear there is out there, the more confident I am that like things will be okay. And I don't know, maybe that's really stupid. Maybe there will be some big stock market. In fact, I'm pretty sure Mr. Kalasian will tell me why I'm wrong and that the market will be going down here. But I did get out of most of my SPY calls.
You ever look at your portfolio and you're like, "What is this?"
Like a stock?
I own calls on ticker SSU. Expiring in 2026.
I don't know. Let's go ahead and pull up my Benzinga Pro. We'll look at Scholastic.
Does anybody know what that company is?
SSU. That had to have been like
What the hell?
some guest or something gave us that. That might be a Jack Hurley stock from back in the day.
Maybe some warrant, shitty warrant. I don't know. Okay.
All right, pulling up my Benzinga Pro. Let's take a look at Scholastic because that's what we're.
Yeah, and then let's talk about JP Morgan is next.
I got First Republic pulled up right now. What's going on here?
SCHL. Sandy, Charlie, Hotel, Lima.
All right. Scholastic. All right, sorry guys. I don't know what the hell's going on with my computer. Been having trouble.
All right, here. Can we talk about JP Morgan then for a second?
Yeah, let's talk about JP Morgan. We don't need charts. Who needs charts?
We don't need charts. Just do the overview chart. I like the overview charts anyways.
Well, that's not the problem here.
Okay. You're just logged out.
Squawk failed.
Yeah, you're logged out. All right.
No, I'm not. Look.
JP Morgan, amid all the carnage in the markets, you had like some crazy resistance at 144. If you can look at that chart on your own, check that out. I'm looking at daily candles. Some crazy year-long resistance at 144. That's where the stock was at before all the drama happened. Stock trades as low as 126. We're sitting at 130 right now, so a little bit off of the lows. Here's my thesis. The asset inflows into JP Morgan, I think, could be bananas. If you have assets at some of these small regional banks, you're pulling those assets out.
I don't know.
Or a decent number of people. Not everybody.
Corporations
I have some assets at a small
corporations or
regional bank.
individuals?
Corporations especially, which is going to be where most of the balances are.
Okay.
Right? Then you have the turbulence in Europe. We saw that story over the past 2 days.
Can
Credit Suisse. Are you going to hold money at Deutsche Bank? No.
Can I ask full transparency? Where does Benzinga hold some money?
JP Morgan Chase.
Okay, so if Benzinga was holding money at Comerica right now, you'd be going to pull that out?
No, I think I would feel okay with Comerica. The larger regionals, I think I would be okay with.
Because I have money.
But what about like the tech-exposed West Coast banks?
That's Silicon Pac West, and I mean that was Silicon Valley Bank.
Yeah.
That's specific. That's what what Tim Melvin was saying last week is those.
But you even have like Signature Bank, right? That's an East Coast bank, but similar types of exposures.
Okay. But
let me go on this. Let me just finish this Europe thesis too, right?
Okay.
So you have the drama with Credit Suisse, right? You see all the European banks getting killed. If you banked exclusively with, let's say, Deutsche Bank, or you held most of your assets at Deutsche Bank, don't you think that there's somebody in risk who's saying, "Hey guys, our bank stock, the stock of our bank is trading down 50%. Let's lighten up some of the assets that we keep here." And that's where I'm thinking about some of these global stalwarts, i.e. JP Morgan, could see some crazy asset inflows. This is not a swing trade. This is not we're going to make a ton of money in a week trade. This is hey, the stock is yielding 3.1%. You could see some upside surprise if new customers and asset inflows are great. Rates are going to take a slowdown, which doesn't help. But that's the general thesis.
Well, and that's why it was funny. I don't know if you saw this, but yesterday, I think it was yesterday or last night, JP Morgan basically put out a note saying there could be more turmoil in the regional banking, and people were kind of making fun of it, being like, all right, like you're an obvious benefit, you benefit from this. Like, of course you're saying this. But my thought process is if you're Comerica, if you're a Signature Bank, all you're doing for the past week is ensuring those corporate accounts that, hey, your money's fine. You're right. I think there probably are a lot of companies that are thinking like better safe than sorry, but
moving an operating bank account is a pain in the ass.
It's a pain in the ass. It's expensive. You probably have to pay some more fees. So there's high switching costs there. And more so okay, this is less about the regional banking sector. You can, I think, spin this as like a bullish story for the overall market, because like the more it is contagion, the way more likely we are the Fed ends up cutting rates or stepping in.
The Fed cuts rates and we just get money pumped into the economy again.
Right. I
think it's sort of a good thing too.
Yeah. So I'm saying okay, I hear you on the actual regional banks, and again, if Benzinga was holding our entire treasury at, okay, maybe not Comerica, but maybe at one of these other ones, we might be thinking about, okay, how do we, diversify this? How do we, basically save our asses here? But I'm still in the camp that if this would be a shit show if there is a bank run in all these regional banks. And wouldn't we have already been seeing this? We've seen stock sell-offs, but I haven't heard that there have been huge bank runs at a lot of these other regional banks. And I think if it were to happen, it would have happened at the beginning of this week, Monday, Tuesday. With each passing day, some of those fears subside.
And we haven't seen that happen.
That we know of.
But Jason may have an in-office guest for us. I'm not sure. Should we try to get his attention?
Yeah, we also, we have...
Jason, do you have an in-office guest for us or no? If not today, then we could next time. There's always a next time. But today's the day. Crappy DM or something like that.
Oh, here we go. Backpack off. All right, Luke. I'm gonna let you take this. You want me to take this?
Yeah, I gotta hop onto a noon call.
Okay, I'll take this.
I'm passing it over your way.
All right, we're gonna. Sorry, we're bringing on an in-person guest. I'm gonna meet him for the first time right now. You're gonna meet him for the first time as well. So let's go ahead and do this together. How's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
What is your? Can you speak into the microphone, please?
Oh yeah.
Put the headphones on if you would like.
Hello.
How's it going? I'm Aaron.
Nice to meet you. I'm Utsov.
Utsov?
Yes.
How's it going? What do you do, Utsov?
So I primarily day trade stock options on SPY and QQQ.
Oh, you're my guy. I just had SPY calls today. Let me show you my Robinhood real quick. What do you trade on?
My brokerage is Interactive Brokers.
Oh, Interactive Broker. You'd like see. I'm not as advanced as you, so I just use Robinhood like a little I don't know, plebe. Hold on. Sorry guys, one sec. So how'd you get into stock options trading in the first place? Was it like during COVID when a lot of people got into options?
I started trading like 4 years ago, and it's because I got like I'm a really big like car enthusiast.
Car enthusiast. Okay.
And so
are you from Detroit?
I am from Detroit.
Okay, that makes
just
sense.
like 20 minutes north. So because of that, I really like sports cars and things like that. My parents would never pay for it, so I had to say, hey, how do I get the funding to be able to pay for these things? And when that was happening, I said, what's the fastest and most adrenaline-packed way to make cash overnight and make it in seconds? And that was, first I tried stocks, and I was like, hey, let's do stocks, but let's leverage this a bunch. Let's do options. And so I started learning how to day trade options and things like that. And it took a long time to learn. It took me like 2.5 years, almost 3 years to become profitable. But once I did and took the emotions out of trading and becoming disciplined and just sticking to a concrete plan, it was much easier to become consistent and bring returns.
Yeah, okay, so this is what I'm going to show you on my Robinhood real quick. Basically, I was holding a bunch of SPY calls, and I kind of, my thesis was basically just like everyone was so bearish on FinTwit, and whenever I see, you know, these like people that you want to act like they know what they're talking about, saying like, oh, there's going to be some big market crash or whatever. I was loading up on SPY calls all day yesterday. This morning was down $600 on these SPY calls, that down 50%. And this is just my like for fun portfolio that I trade, like basically betting option, you know, like short-term options on. I was like, whatever, I'm just going to hold them. Now I'm up $250, 22% on the day because I held those calls through. I see people in the chat, I guess Qs. And I was honestly anticipating this because when everyone is really bearish like that and expecting some big crash, you know, you have people loading up on puts. And if the market, even if it opens down like it did today, if it doesn't go down enough, those people are going to get like squeezed out of those short positions. And you typically don't see short squeezes on like the overall market or on SPY or on Qs. But I think that's kind of what we're seeing happen here. Qs are up 2% today. And if I had to guess, you know, as far as retail investors go, the majority of them that trade options were probably holding puts and not calls.
Absolutely. I think, so I've been kind of moving around during the day, so I haven't been looking at the charts too much. But I do know that at 9:15 Eastern time, I believe, they had the European Central Bank release that they're going to increase their interest rates by 50 more basis points, which brought a little bit of a drop pre-market for ES. And so after that, I'm not sure if there's any more news that picked up, but it looks like bulls got back in control here for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and I actually got out of most of my contracts, kind of unfortunately, because, you know, I was just like live on the show and knew I wouldn't have to, you know, I wouldn't have the time to really monitor these positions. But I'm still holding, let's see, I'm still holding a few. I think I'm holding a few like really out of the money SPY calls. Yeah, these 399 ones. And SPY's at like 394 right now that expired today. So unless we see SPY go up like another percent, these ones are probably dead in the water. But I'm holding these 395 ones that, as you can see, I mean, these were 7 cents earlier today. Now they are 77 cents. So that's an 11 bagger if you would have just bought some of these calls this morning. I mean, it takes like, you know, we can I mean, this isn't cussing, but it takes balls to do something like that, to buy these calls when they're this low.
Yeah.
What is your strategy? Are you trading like intraday options? Are you buying and selling options real quick? Do you hold them overnight?
Yeah. So I'd probably say my average time in and out of a trade would be under 15 or 20 minutes, and I'm trading majority supply and demand zones intraday, just looking for what spots have quick liquidity sweeps that I can scalp off of, and what can I take some crumbs off the deck from. So that's been working for me so far. So just kind of back and forth. I don't hold for too long during the day, and I mostly play 0 or 1 day to expiration contracts. So if I were to hold and it doesn't go in my direction, that decays just kind of kill me. So.
Yeah. And I made the point earlier with all this like fear going on with the banking and stuff, like it's scary, right? And like it's whatever, but the more you see stuff like that, the closer, in my opinion, you are to the Fed having to step in, to them having to cut interest rates and whatnot. So what is your overall market outlook here? Or are you not even concerned with that? Are you just concerned with what's going on like a day-to-day basis?
Honestly, I'm more so concerned on what's going on a day-to-day basis. And when I look over at any other sources like real-time news, or even going on the FinTwit and looking what people have to say, it's mixed. Like somebody's going to tell you that they've been bearish for the last 3 months and that the recession is still underway. But then you look at the market and we've kind of had spikes here and there, despite these interest rate hikes and things of that sort.
Yeah, and I mean it's tough because, like you said, like everyone, I don't know if you remember, like 6 months ago or so, like all the talk was about a recession, and it wasn't even like if we would have a recession or not. It was like, how bad will it be?
Mm-hmm.
And then all the economic numbers have been pretty decent, and it's shown that like we aren't in a recession.
Yeah.
And so it's I think in today's world where you have social media, and especially during COVID when a bunch of people got into trading, like you need to realize to be able to kind of like think for yourself, do your own thing. Because if all you're doing is listening to what these people on Twitter are saying, what people on Reddit are saying, like chances are you're going to get burned.
Right. And that's why I think that all this like all this outside noise and with I would say a record number of new retail traders, right? During COVID, we had a big spike of people that wanted to learn how to trade overall and like seek financial freedom as a whole. So with that in there, I think that institutions just have even more leeway and people to play with when making these moves to either side. And this is the biggest disconnect that I've seen. I mean, I'm 18, so in my lifetime, this is the biggest disconnect I've seen between the market and the economy.
Wait, hold on. You just dropped this on us. I knew you were young. I did not know you were 18 years old. You said you've been trading for 4 years.
Yeah, so when I've been trading for 4 years, I mean that my first learning how to trade trends with shares started when I was 14, and that was on a custodial account.
But a custodial meaning that you weren't the like primary owner of it?
No, so my father would have been the owner, but I made the trades on it.
But it wasn't a paper account. You were trading
No.
with real money at 14.
Yeah. But
Was he giving you money to trade, or were you like?
Yeah, so at that time, he'd given me $500.
Okay.
And with that, I had to start, and obviously I was not profitable at all. But
Wait, why is that obvious that you weren't profitable?
Well, just because usually when traders start off and try to just like stick their head in the water for the first time with no experience, it's tough. And you don't usually end up alive.
Did you start with any sort of paper trading, or did you just hop in right away?
No, I hopped in right away. And then after that, I decided like, hey, I'm losing too much money. I keep depositing more. I need to paper trade and stop trying to reach for the stars.
This is a funny comment. He's so young. AB said he's young, because I get a lot of people in the comments that are like, well, you don't know what you're talking about. You're so young. And then now my guest is even younger than me. But I actually think it's interesting talking about with new traders, paper trading versus trading with real money. And I'm not saying paper trading isn't a good way to at least learn how the markets work, learn how options work and all those things. But it's way different losing some real money versus losing some paper money on a paper trading account. Because like if I'm paper trading and lose $10,000 in options one day, that's not going to really teach me the lesson that, okay, that wasn't a good strategy. What's going to teach me that lesson is losing some of my real hard-earned money.
Yeah.
Or maybe some of your dad's money in this case.
Yeah. So no, I blew it a whole bunch of times, and he eventually got sick of it. So he was like, hey, you got to go out and find more ways to fund this. So that's where you got to go mow the lawns and bring the money back home. So for $50 per time, I would fund my account and blow it all, fund it and blow it all. And I would have to play far out of the money, zero DTE expiration, trying to get big swings on FOMC or big swings on earnings and things like that to rebuild an account. But after I did paper trading for a while, I figured out strategies and things that work best for me, that were able to keep me consistent. And since then, it's just been like, small deposits of money and see how much we can grow over time.
Yeah. So have you noticed, I mean, we've mentioned the huge influx of retail traders during COVID. Of course, you had the, AMC, GameStop. Have you noticed, like any change in retail behavior over the last year or so, since some of those stocks have come down, since the markets have been a little bit harder to trade?
I don't focus. I mean, I mostly focus on the indices, like SPY and QQQ. I don't really focus on those companies by themselves, but I would say that I feel like compared to a couple of years ago, I feel like just general price action and how the market moves based on news and social media really plays a big effect into trading.
Yeah. So, I mean, with that said, that you're mostly watching the indies and stuff, are you in any Discord groups, stuff like that, or are you just kind of locked in doing your own thing?
Right now I'm locked in doing my own thing, but I did go through a whole bunch of Discords and guru this and furu that, and so I realized that there are some people that really do provide quality education, and there's some people that are just there to make money off you from a subscription base. So that's very clear to see by the people that are in the group and the amount of education you're getting out of it. But yeah, I did have to go through a few of those to really get my foot in the door.
Yeah, and I'm always very skeptical of people, and I don't know, sorry if you have some sort of paid service or something, but I'm always really skeptical of people who are trading or investing and they say, okay, buy my course, because if you were really this market genius that could make this amount of money on the market every day, why the hell would you be selling a course? You'd be, on an island somewhere, just day trading, doing your own thing. You wouldn't have to sell a course for $100 a month.
And I'm so glad you said that. I've been preaching that for so long, because the thing is, if you are making that much money, what do you need a subscription base for? I understand that it can bring in additional income and stuff, but for a lot of these gurus, that is their main source of income. And for me, a lot of people and friends and family around me, I wasn't some big persona anywhere, but I'm saying that the people around me always ask me, hey, are you going to make a course, and could you kind of sell this, or could you make a wait list for this? So I tried making a Substack, I tried making a Discord, things like that. But at the end of the day, you just start chasing money off of how many customers you have, and you kind of stray away from your actual accuracy and your techniques as a trader. Then I realized that I'm so focused on this, I'm going to learn and lose my touch in the market.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said too, you have those people that are selling a course, and for a lot of them, their main source of income isn't making money on the market. It's making money through those courses. Mm-hmm. But you also have people that actually do know what they're talking about, that put that information out for free.
Yeah.
So why would you go pay it from someone who's trying to charge you? And it, I don't know. I see so many people that I get, they get caught up in that, start paying $100 a month for this course and that course. And guess what? Most of those people that start paying money for that don't end up making money on trades anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, day trading, you see all those stats out there that however many % of day traders are losing money. But where can folks find more from you? I mean, do you have a Twitter? You post about any stuff anywhere? Or?
I have an Instagram, and I'll start posting more on there in the near future. Is that something you want me to say on here? Or you want to type it out?
If you want to. If not, if that's your personal Instagram. I personally I don't post any trading stuff on my Instagram, so I don't.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
I would say, can I give other people that they can look out
yeah,
for? All right, perfect. So I've gone through a lot of groups, and I see kind of who has BS and who doesn't. So the people who I have personally benefited from were there's Carmine Rosado.
Okay.
And he does supply and demand trading, and he is very I'm not affiliated with any of these people in any way, but he's very transparent, and I just like the way that he teaches and is uplifting to the other people in the group.
Yeah.
I'd say him, or if you watch any videos from Ripster or from any of those guys back then.
We have Ripster on the show sometimes. He's good with his EMA clouds and whatnot.
Very, very, I haven't got to meet him yet, but very, very sharp guy from what I've gotten to see of him. And yeah, I just say people like that, people that don't push them. If somebody's pushing themselves out to you to come pay, and they're pushing their subscription out to you more than they are the education on a TikTok or an Instagram reel or whatever they may be, you know that their main focus and their primary focus is to get you as a customer and not necessarily to teach you the right ways and the foundation that you need to prosper.
Yep. All right, I'll go ahead and drop that risotto chat in the link just because that is a good recommendation. But man, thanks for hopping on the show today. I'm sorry that they threw you on here without a lot of preparation, but you did great.
I appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
No problem. I see. I see Stephen Ho in the chat. Stephen Ho, you're not. Trust me, you're not who I'm talking about. And I think you might know. You might see some of those guys out there that are, because first of all, Steven, I don't know if you're still watching. A lot of these guys that start selling these $100 courses a month or whatever don't have a fraction of the experience that you do. And not even my next guest, Robert Roy. Like a lot of his content completely free as well, but there is some paid stuff too. I didn't mean to make some general statement about that just because someone sells any type of information or course. Because at the end of the day, it's a lot of work, right? If you are taking this time to put this content out there, to make this education, you should be able to make some income on it. I'm talking about a group of people, like people that started trading in 2020 during COVID, created a Discord, and then started, trying to sell that to people. And there are people that don't know what they're talking about, selling it to people that don't know what they're talking about. Not you guys. He said, I just want to make sure I don't, because again, my next guest, Rob Roy, who I'm about to bring on, is in that same camp as well, or in the camp of people that actually know what they're talking about, but might be, making a little bit of passive income on there as well. So it's not a general statement that just because someone's selling a course or something that they're, the Lambo social media guys, exactly. Also, Steven, I saw your email. I was swearing off stop losses, but I did end up setting some and selling some just because, again, I knew I was going to be live on the show and not being able to monitor these positions. So I just, for fun, am holding a couple more of these SPY contracts, but got out of most of them. You can see right here, kind of at this time, is where I sold most of my contracts just to lock in some profits. So either way, a fun day for the AB YOLO portfolio. We went from down $600 to up $200. Now up about 175. So, hey, I'll take it. That gives me some extra cash. I'm probably going to pull $100 out of those profits and throw them on some basketball parlays for the March Madness. It's that time of the year. It's on the way back down, trail to stop. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I got out of basically all my... I was holding like 20 SPY contracts. I'm holding 2 now, really. I mean, I'm holding 7 technically, but these are so far out of the money that they're dead. These are DOA, dead on arrival. But either way, thank you to our in-person guests. That was awesome. We've got 2 guests hanging out backstage. We're gonna have to be real timely and quick here. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull Julia Cordova at Cordova Trades on real quick just for a few minutes, and then we'll get to Robert Roy. So without further ado, let's go ahead and give Julia our very special Zinger Nation welcome and bring Julia on. Julia, how's it going?
Hello, I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Pretty good. I was showing my portfolio earlier. Just had like a crazy day on my YOLO options account where I was long some SPY calls, and I mean, I made money. I could have played it a little bit better, but we'll take it because at one point I was down $600 on the account today and in the green now, and it's not even 1 p.m. So we'll take it.
Yeah, today is such an exciting day. It's crazy. Yesterday, in the morning when you look at your phone and you're like, oh no, you get that dread feeling. I was like, I'm going to buy that.
That's what I was saying. When you go on Twitter and I see everyone saying, oh my God, it's over, the market's going to crash, all this stuff, I'm like, all right, like, whatever, time to buy, and that, that's not always, no. I even joked about it. I said, I'm sure there were a lot of people in 2008 that thought, oh, we're fine too, I'm going to be buying here. But to me, these people that were making it out to be, and a lot of times it's the same people, it's the perma bears, it's the doom and gloom, the zero hedges of the world, that no matter what's going on, they're gonna find a way to spin it negative, right? Employment numbers coming better than expected. We're not in a recession. Okay, this is still bad somehow for the economy. All this stuff, and it's like I don't know what their motivation is for having that mindset, but it irks me because as a trader, you really need to be able to like shift with the markets, and when it's time to flip and get bullish, it's time to get bullish. When it's time to get bearish, it's time to get bearish.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And, people were, I pretty much tweeted that it was worth the risk reward for me. And then we were up, I don't know how many points, 50 points maybe. And people were still responding to that tweet saying, well, TA doesn't work when there's banks failing. I'm like, well, it worked for me. I don't know what you're talking about. Hello.
I know. And I made the point earlier that like, you can look at it kind of two ways, right? You can look at it, oh my God, these banks are in so much trouble. There's this looming financial crisis. I'm so bearish. Or you can look at it, okay, these are the things that are the cracks that are starting to form that we knew this is when the Fed's going to step in and be able to say, okay, now we're done cutting rates. So like, if you're focusing just on the negative of it, you're not going to be able to see that, okay, this means we're a lot closer to, the end of the rate hike cycle and potentially even rate cuts in the near future.
Maybe, Aaron, I have a question for you because I believe, and my macro guy, SL Macro, he's a brilliant, and he and I agree on this, but for different reasons. I think they are still going to hike rates, but by 0.25. And I think that here's why. Because if they do not hike rates, it's going to make it look like they potentially think this is something they haven't already fixed. And I believe they will want to give the impression that they already have this under control. That is my silly take on it, but I do believe that that they're going to do is it called 25 basis point hike? I never use the right words, but 0.25.
No, yeah, that's right. 25 basis points, 0.25%, whatever you want to say. Right. So I personally, I like to look at this. This is the CME Fed Watch tool, and how this tool works is it's taking into account the fixed income markets, the bond markets, and basically it's basically looking at what the bond market is saying and saying, okay, this is the probability of the rate hike. And so interestingly, yesterday on here, it was showing a 60% chance. So it was saying it was more likely than not, we were going to get no rate hike. Today, it's now saying it's an 85% chance we are going to get a 25 basis point hike.
Yeah.
So it sounds like the bond market and the institutional investors, the fixed income world is in line with your thought of, okay, 25 basis points. What you also have to look at is obviously all this stuff going on with the banks and whatever, and then also inflation. PPI came in lower than expected yesterday. So there are people out there, economists, that think that the best thing the Fed can do here is to basically say no rate hike and then go from there. And if inflation starts picking back up again, say, okay, now we need to start hiking again. But again, just based on the bond market, not my personal opinion or whatever, it does look like today, and this might be because the European Central Bank hiked another 50 basis points. I'm not sure, but it's looking like what you're saying, more likely than not, we are going to see 25 basis points, another hike. But again, I mean, it'd be hard to imagine we aren't pretty close to the end of that cycle, especially with all these things going on. And I just don't think the Fed's going to essentially let all these regional banks fail. Because I mean, at the end of the day, like, what does that do? It just makes JP Morgan and the three other banks, even bigger. Charles Schwab, JP Morgan, Bank of America. And it's like, I don't think that's great for the economy, right? Like, I don't think our banking system should basically be a monopoly where JP Morgan I mean, it's kind of ironic because historically the whole reason the Fed was founded, the Central Banking Act, was to take power away from John Morgan in 1912 or whatever it was. Like, and now JP Morgan the Fed could potentially, by hiking more, give even more power back to JP Morgan. So it's all these things.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. I don't think they're going to let it fail. And I just don't think this is, I believe in history not so much repeating as rhyming. And I think the bank whole thing has been played out. So I think this is, of course, it's problematic, obviously, but I don't think this is a black swan. I think potentially something like that is coming, but it's not this particular thing. That's my opinion. So that's why I'm like, now I'm even more fervent about potentially them pushing up the market even more so they can drop it from higher. So I think if we can break above 39.77, which I don't know if it'll happen today because that's like a moonbeam target. That's like a moonbeam pivot. But if we can, tomorrow's, of course, tomorrow's a big options day, right?
Oh, yeah, they say like quad, which to be completely honest with you, Julia, I never really paid that too much attention to that or understand. But we have Tim Quast on a lot, who is the we have Tim Quast on who talks a lot about that.
Yeah.
But either way, I mean, like, I think the bottom line here is that you have a lot of people bearish about this banking situation. And it's going to be a question of is it as bad as some people are really expecting? And I personally in the camp of I don't think so. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, and we're all kind of screwed anyway,
Right. It's too late to get puts at this point. Yeah.
Right, exactly. Like, they're so expensive with the VIX and everything right now. Like, I'm not going to get short here, so I might as well get long, right? But all right, Julia, we've only got like a couple minutes.
Yep.
It's been kind of a crazy day. We had some in-person guests and all this stuff. But can you just give me a 60-second what you've been watching, what you like right now, maybe what you don't like?
Sure. So I have been sort of, I've been bearish oil. And so it's been in a pennant, and it had been, I basically just shorted every pop I could within the pennant, adding and subtracting to my initial core position. And then it broke down this week. And my target that I shared in the newsletter was 65.65. So far, that has been the exact low. So I would like to give myself a pat on my butt, or whatever you pat yourself.
Sorry,
on.
what ticker is this?
Oh, this is oil, the oil futures.
So I'll just do we don't have the futures on here, so I'll just do USO.
You could do USO, yeah. So it broke down from a pennant on the weekly. It really had a huge drop this week, which is good too, because that was my high confidence trade. And then I've started now gingerly scaling in. So I'll be scaling in anywhere in the 64 to 66 area, maybe not the bottom. I have no idea, but I think it's high probability odds that we're going to get some sort of bounce here. I think it's high probability odds that, let's say, for example, our government wanted to instill confidence in us, that they believed in the economy, that they believed the banking thing was under control, yada, 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 yada. The way that they could do that would be to buy oil here.
Yeah, and I know last time oil got like so depressed like this, we actually, like, the Biden administration was going in and buying some oil and trying to help like energy prices. So I'd be surprised if they aren't doing something similar to there. And
right,
I know the government intervention and stuff has kind of a dirty connotation for like pure free market capitalists and stuff, but like for a lot of these oil companies, they like it, right? They like having a price floor of saying, okay, the government will come in here and buy when oil's at $80 a barrel or whatever it is. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. And I think, as some of these fears subside about, or if I knock on wood, I hope some of these fears subside about the banking situation and stuff, we'll see, more bullish activity in oil as well.
Yeah, I think so. I do think so. I mean, I think it's a fine line, right? Because they want to keep the prices low in order to stave off inflation, so that the Fed does not feel like they need to do more hikes, but they also want to demonstrate faith in the economy, which would be that they buy it. So it could go either way. I'm not a macro person, but I do like thinking like that. So I hope they do. I really do. I hope they buy it here, and we'll see what happens.
Yep. Hold on one second real quick. So what else are you watching besides oil?
Oh, geez. Well, I mean, I'm looking for more upside for the market. I don't think it's done by any stretch of the imagination. I think above ES 3977, we're going to have a very large move, because I think we've been forming a messy, but I would say technically brilliant inverse head and shoulders on the hourly. So I think above 3977, it's going to have like a monster move. I don't know if it'll happen today, probably not, but maybe tomorrow if that's options expiration, or it could get rejected at the neckline, which is 3966. So I'm just watching that consolidation right now. I'm watching oil. You know, I have not been as bullish the metals as I want to be. I don't know what's going on with me, because I love metals, but for whatever reason, I'm just kind of wah on them right now. I'm actually expecting a little bit of a pullback with gold, and we'll see. I mean, I've still got my core positions, but I did take profit in some others that I had added to. And I don't know why, because I'm naturally a metals bull. So maybe it'll go to the moon because now I'm a little more careful about it. But I don't know why I feel that way. I just feel like it's got maybe a little bit of consolidation or pullback, and then I'll be more than happy to buy it.
Yep. So I see someone in the comments saying, I read this morning that Biden is replenishing the reserves used during the pandemic. So I read an article like a couple days ago saying that they might do that. So it sounds like that might actually be happening. So there might be some sort of price floor there in oil to watch out for. But yeah, I mean, Julie, like you're talking about with the SPY, I mean, especially, you know, like you said, with the options expiring tomorrow, my whole thing when I bought SPY calls was like seeing how bearish and everyone was freaking out. And I'd be surprised if today, after SPY goes up another %, you know, if people aren't again loading up on puts today, thinking, okay, we're going to see some big, you know, downturn tomorrow. And the thing with that is even if the market opens down tomorrow, if it's just by, you know, 0.2% or something, that's not enough to really make money on those shorts. So then they end up covering those shorts. And, you know, you typically don't see short squeezes on like the overall market and whatnot, but maybe on a day where options are expiring, you know, there's just a lot of volatility right now, basically. So I think wherever the directional move is, you're going to see a big move.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to what in the world rally when then nobody is bearish and there's no reason to be bearish, and then we poop from out of the sky. I'm really looking forward to that. So I've got some targets in mind that I'm going to short the bejesus out of. But for now, I'm very bullish because everybody else isn't. Most people aren't, I should say.
Yep. All right. So SPY, oil, anything else you're watching right now, Julia?
I mean, you know, I still like the biotech trade. So I'm watching it, but it's not doing great. But I am watching it. I think that potentially
XBI, or what are you watching?
XBI, yeah. I think potentially if the market turns around, I think XBI will lead it up. It did exactly what it needed to do not to poop, but yeah, I like it in the event that the market turns around. I think it'll turn around the most.
Well, Julia, it's always great to get you on. Hopefully, here in the next couple of weeks, or maybe next week, if you're free again next Thursday, we'll get you back on to do an update on SPY, oil, and what's going on with XBI. But always great to hear your insight. And so your final prediction is a 25 basis point hike? Not financial advice.
No, well, you know what? I don't even know what that would mean. I don't know if that's bearish or bullish. So I was telling the people in the group this morning, I was like, you know, I spent like an hour thinking, not an hour, not really. I was in the car. But anyway, I was thinking about this, thinking about, okay, now I've got the answer in my head. I'm like, is that going to help me be a better trader? No, probably not. Doesn't matter. It's just stupid noise. Who cares? Like, even if I knew the answer ahead of time, would it help me know what to do on that day? No. So.
All right. Well, again, Julia, always great to get you on. Looking forward to the next time we have you on the show. And that's the thing with the interest rate hikes. Like, not only do you have to try to guess what it is, but you have to guess how the market's going to react. And we don't know. 25, it could rip off that. It could tank off that. We have no clue.
Right. It's really about whether or not he says, and this is possibly the last one. That would send it to outer space.
Yep. All right. Julia. Hold on.
I just wanted to say hi. It's Jason Rasnick. How are you? Thank you for spending time on our interview with Aaron. I know he can be frustrated.
No. Well, hello, Jason. Thank you for.
Oh my, I'm not in the camera. Yeah, I wanted to pop in. I was listening to your segment, and I'm in the office. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to come up there and say hello. So thank you for coming
what an
on.
Honor.
Cordova Trades. Check it out. Follow. Subscribe. Don't be. If you're not subscribed, you're not cool.
And like her sign says, not financial advice.
Yeah, sure.
All right, Julia. Well, thanks again for hopping on. We'll talk soon. Enjoy the rest of your Thursday.
Cheers. See you later. Thank you for
Yep. See you later. See you later.
All right, we have one of the biggest guests we've ever had on Benzinga Live coming up. Ever, for sure.
Really?
In terms of Twitter followers.
Yeah,
Jason,
so, yeah.
do you want to go ahead and
Because
set
you did have a Donald Trump appearance once. That was a pretty big name.
What?
Oh, you weren't even here yet. Okay, so
No,
that's okay.
I was not here. With you.
No, there's names. I just
Okay.
But you do you know the story of the next guest? By the way, Aaron.
Well, you can tell me a little bit. I know. So we have Pulte coming up from Twitter, the inventor.
Bill Pulte, come on.
Bill Pulte, the inventor of Twitter philanthropy. I'm excited to hear his story, how that got started. I've been following, Bill on Twitter for a long time, trying to hopefully be one of those lucky people that gets some of the money. Haven't yet, but maybe this will increase.
Maybe
my
you're
chances.
not quick. Maybe you're not quick enough.
Maybe I'm not quick enough.
By the way, I've had many people tweet out to me, "Can you tell Bill to give me my?" I'm like, okay, I don't have control over this. But yeah, let's stop bloviating and let's bring him on.
All right, let's go ahead and give Pulte our very special Zinger Nation welcome and bring Bill on the.
Hello. How are you?
How you doing?
Looks like you're at the White House.
It looks like it. Not really, but we got a little office set up here. We got a nice little home.
Oh yeah, I see the nice little.
Is this
home.
a tease? Or are you gonna try? Are you gonna be in the White House someday?
No,
run for office?
We just wanted something that was nice, that felt warm and home-like. So yeah, people have been saying that. It's kind of funny if you ask me.
Yeah, well, I see the flag.
You guys got the gigs there, though. You guys are got the digs. You guys are right there in Detroit.
We're downtown Detroit. When we built the office space, we wanted to see Detroit rising behind us. We're right above Campus Marshes, where the ice rink is, where the NFL draft is.
Spent a lot of time there, as you know.
Oh yeah, so there's different little rooms here that are cool. So we're Detroit's gone through its challenges, ups and downs, and now it seems like people are coming back to the office. Like today, I was outside with people, and there was a nice crowd out there. Actually, Aaron, I was pleasantly surprised. Maybe more restaurants will reopen. So that's what we're dealing with.
Helmet.
Yeah. Okay. You want to go with?
Well, yeah. So Bill, I mean, I know you through the way a lot of people know you is on Twitter as someone who, does philanthropy and gives away money. I'm curious how this began, how this started.
I was in my cottage in northern Michigan. Our whole family's from Michigan as well. And I was sitting there and I said to myself, how can we go about giving away money, but through Twitter? There's usually such a historical way where you go and you give it to a big gala and then they spend a lot of money on food and overhead and those type of things. And not that there's anything wrong with that, but I just said, is there a way where you could give direct giving, boom, right to people who need it? So I put out a tweet and I said, if somebody can demonstrate to me how they'll use $10,000, I'll give away $10,000. And next thing you know, the tweet just went totally viral, which for me at the time, 5,000 likes, it was like 4,000 or 5,000 likes. That was a lot of likes for me, especially then, right? It's like, oh, wow, this is something huge. So I said, wow, I'm going to keep doing this. And I found a veteran to give my first 10 grand to. And he was able to, after years of getting clean and stuff, he was able to, get into a home and kind of take care of his life and live the last, let's call it 10 or 20 years of his life, in a home using, my money for rental income or what have you. So that was pretty exciting. And that kind of started and birthed Twitter philanthropy. And then the president retweeted me. And once the president retweeted me, things also just kind of went to another level. And so today we're at where we are, and we'll see what happens.
Well, yeah, you bring up the president retweeting you, and it's interesting because the way you describe it, giving people might have a better use of getting money directly than to some, organization that might not be that efficient at managing that capital. It was kind of you were like the first one doing stimulus checks in a way.
In a certain way, but I try to be very intentional. We try to do as good of a job as we can in terms of being intentional. People who are really in immediate need or crisis. We have a specific focus on people who are dying of cancer. I can't believe how many people are actually dying of cancer every day, or are experiencing cancer and they don't have any support from either family or from their employer or from the government. People with diabetes, people without teeth. These are the things that we really try to focus on. Today, I'm helping people with lunch money, just as an act of kindness, and trying to bring some good life, good energy to social media. Social media is used to tear down people, and we're trying to bring people up.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy how negative people can be on Twitter or other social media. So to see someone like yourself that's bringing positivity, bringing positive energy, it's beautiful to see. I'm curious, and I'm sure a lot of our audience is curious as well. Where does this money come from?
You mean the money that I give away?
Correct.
I made most of my money, believe it or not, in the heating and air conditioning space. So I made a bunch of money. I actually only inherited money from my grandfather, who is also Bill Pulte. And I inherited money from him after I had made, $100+ million. So,
wow.
In short, the minority of my money came from him, and was after I had made some money. But I had made all this money. And basically, I was sitting there and I was thinking, as I said, in Northern Michigan, okay, there's only so much that one person can do with all this money. I mean, of course, it could go blow it or go buy a jet or do these type of things. And don't get me wrong, I've tried different things, but this really gives me great satisfaction. And I say charity is fine. In fact, it's fine to be selfish in charity. You happen to be doing a good thing and you happen to enjoy it. And I happen to truly enjoy it. I mean, with people, especially rich people, laugh at it, but for $50 or $100 or $200 or $500 or $1,000 or even $10,000 or $30,000, you can transform a life. And especially if you give it to them right there and there's no overhead costs. So I found it to be very, very rewarding.
So a question on that: when you donate to a charity, it's like a 501c3, so it's a tax write-off, or you have a foundation. When you give to individuals, are you able to get a 501c3 benefit, or is that not set up that way yet? Which I think it should be, because
it's a great question. In fact, at some point, I'll probably help, publicly lobby for some kind of tax changes to allow what you're saying to happen. But basically, I forget the rule, but if it's below $500 or $600, which many of these things are, we're helping people with acute problems in real time. Those are not tax deductible. So I send out a lot of money that is just frankly not tax deductible. Obviously, I wish it was, but that's kind of, I think, the part of innovating is that the laws haven't yet caught up with that. And I think this is going to be how we're going to solve some of these problems in the country, whether it's Social Security or what have you. Some of these safety nets that we've had is peer-to-peer transactions, and direct giving is taking market share like nobody's business. And
I mean,
philanthropy.
It's a no-brainer if you think about it. Giving direct to the person versus going through a nonprofit where there's administration, CFOs. You're giving direct to the person. There's no, like, my person who does my hair, my haircuts. I don't have like someone does my hair and styles it. Yeah. But she has cancer, and so she gets money from a nonprofit, which is great. But then I also give her money, and it's like, I'm thinking, there should be a model for that where if I wanted to, like, she could sign up. It's a nonprofit, just goes right to her. But that's what you do. Now, what has been your, and I guess, you said you do a lot of small giving, but has there been one where you've done like a big amount? Like, what's the biggest amount you give away through Twitter? If you don't want to say, you don't have to say.
I think I gave away 30 grand with
really?
Mr. Beast. He and I did something together. And then I don't know if you know Dream, the YouTuber, but very famous Minecraft YouTuber. He and I gave away 30 grand together, I think. So those are some of the bigger items, and those are fun because you can change a life. I think Jeffree Star, who is a YouTuber, and I gave away, I think, 10 grand or something. So those are always fun, but we're always trying to look at what's the most amount of people that we can help. And so we try to we try to spread out the love, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, and did it just start that way? Like that Aaron said, you just like went on Twitter and then people just that retweet, like you said, went crazy. Is that really how it started?
That's really how it started. So I wish there was some, grander theory or, scheme or something like that. I mean, I think when I first started, people thought it was a scam. People thought, oh, he's not really giving money, and people thought my account was hacked. And anything new looks like a scam. And especially in today's day and age, you got to be so careful. So
now, have you? I'm sure you've seen some copycats trying to copy, like going on Twitter doing that. But I guess it's not a bad thing if they are doing that. It's helping.
Yeah, no, I like it a lot. I mean, the amount of peer-to-peer giving now on Twitter is huge. And then with Elon buying the company, of which, full disclosure, I invested in. So obviously, I think pretty highly of what they're going to be doing. But, direct peer-to-peer payments, I think, are going to transform the platform even further. And I think are going to continue to transform charity. Some of the legacy charity operators, they don't necessarily like the direct giving because you're cutting out the middleman, so to speak.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, now, why do we have him on today, especially today? There was a tweet you put out related to SVB, Silicon Valley Bank, and rewards that you would give for information. So will you explain that for a minute?
Yeah, I mean, basically my theory is that, the government is great in some cases at rooting out corruption, but I think part of philanthropy can and should continue to be focused on, exposing corruption in some of these companies, whether they're privately held or, sadly, many of them are publicly held companies. And we saw that potentially with SVB. So I just said, hey, I'll offer this amount and, we'll see what happens. Hopefully it turns something up, and we've got a lot of interest on it, thanks to people like you and whatnot. And, my family's company, family's old company, Pulte Homes, Pulte Group, of which I was a director there for many years. We've seen some, executives who can be, maybe not acting in everybody's best interest. And so it's something that's near and dear to our family's heart, is to make sure that, that the executives are doing the right thing. And we'll see whether that happened at SVB or not.
Have you had anyone reach out to you yet?
With tips and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Oh, we've gotten a ton of information, yes. But, It's like anything else. You've got to validate it, and we've got to see, okay, what's the credibility of this? And, it's going to take some time. I mean, you offer something like that, especially with our reach and thanks to people like you getting it out there, and you get overwhelmed with information. So, it'll take some time, but we'll get through it.
Okay. You have a question on that, Aaron?
Yeah. So, Bill, I'm curious because, I mean, myself and most of our audience, I look at you, consider you an incredibly wealthy individual, but you might look at some other people that, have multi-billions of dollars and stuff, and who aren't doing just simple acts of charity like this. Does that irk you at all? Like, do you wonder why there aren't, people doing more with some of the money they have? I mean, if more people, essentially what I'm getting at, were as generous and doing things like you, I think the world would be a better place.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I think that it's really a generational thing. And as our generation gets to kind of the philanthropic angle, I think you're going to see more and more of it. If you look at the average age of direct giving or direct givers on Twitter, it's very low age compared to, the Warren Buffetts or the Jeff Bezoses of the world. So I think it's really a generational thing. So, I think as people our age get more wealthy, I'm 34, and, I was blessed to sell my first company when I was 26, 27 years old. But I think as more people come into net worth, wealth, of age, I think you're going to see a lot more of this type of charity, because people don't like corruption. They don't like, they don't like unnecessary overhead. They don't like bureaucracy, I think, generally speaking.
Yeah. I mean, I just, like I said, I just wish more, I guess, people would follow in your footsteps, because I think like what you've found and what, people know in general, that oversight, that all that, there's no point to it a lot of times. Like, if you can just give the money directly, and I think we saw that with stimulus checks, that, hey, that was a really effective way to help people who were in need. It didn't have to be, like give money to this program for food stamps, or let's just give money to the families that need it. And guess what? Sure, there might be some people that, mismanagement or do it, but for most people, they're going to use that money what they need it for: housing, food, whatever, diapers, all these things. So, I'm optimistic about my generation as well, that we're going to see more and more of that.
All right, I have some. Go ahead. Sorry.
I agree. 100%. So I'm looking forward to it, but I don't want the future to come too quick. So we're enjoying it right now.
That's true. All right. So I have some questions from some of your friends. All right. David Farbman told me to ask, what keeps you up at night?
Probably my 5-year-old. She is great, but for some reason she's getting to that age where they wake up at like 3:30. I have a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, and then I have a 2-month-old. So that's pretty much what's keeping me up at night, to be honest. I sleep pretty damn good. I sleep pretty good.
Okay. He also asked, I'm going to skip Joey Agree's question because I'm going to go with this one. I'm asking why he does. Why don't you rest on your laurels of your big wins as an entrepreneur and being a Pulte? Like, why haven't you just, rest on those laurels? You, like you said, you sold a company, made $100 million on that air conditioner company, which I'd like to know how you made $100 million on an air conditioning company. We got air conditioners. They're not that expensive. Guess got really big. I don't know.
If you install enough of them,
Yeah. A lot of houses.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of in my DNA to keep fighting, and keep going. And, like the Energizer Bunny, we got to keep going. And Twitter philanthropy gives me a lot of energy. Fighting corruption gives me a lot of energy. And so, yeah, I don't know what it is. I actually had one of my family members the other day kind of ask me that, because one of my family members, is kind of, they prefer to maybe not be working so hard, so to speak. And they were asking me for advice on how to get more motivated. And I don't know, just either got it or you don't, right?
Absolutely.
What has you guys, out here hustling for Benzinga right now? I mean, you guys could be probably doing a lot of other things.
No, it's true. We sold part of the business to private equity end of 2021. And now we're just looking to take this to a much bigger, grander scale. And it's, awesome. I feel like we're hustling more than we have in the past, but how has your dad shaped your philosophies on philanthropy?
My dad or my grandpa?
Either or. This was another David Farbman. He said dad, so I don't know which one.
Yeah, I don't know. People always get my dad and grandpa mixed up, but my dad and grandpa have been very helpful in terms of philanthropy. And I think that it comes from both of them are businessmen. And at the end of the day, I believe both of them do not want to have money for purposes of pissing it away. They're still very frugal. They made a lot of money. And with the excess money that they do have, they want it to go to, things that are rewarding, things that help other people. So that's pretty much what I've learned from them.
When you say frugal, would you say you're frugal?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this jacket
really?
Here is somebody bought it for me, and somebody bought me the shirt, and that kind of stuff. So,
but I feel like
it works,
Jason made me buy this Benzinga shirt, but
no, I didn't.
I'm kidding. but I'm like you. Most of my wardrobe is like Benzinga stuff or other stuff I've gotten for free.
Aaron, I'll send you a shirt for free.
Okay, I would love that, Mr. Pulte.
But I feel like when you go to a restaurant, you probably tip more than the average Joe.
Sometimes, but I like pay for performance. You know what I mean? So,
well, yeah. I just think frugality is like a mistake. What you're saying is you don't just go and buy the Gucci jacket. You're like you're being economical, I guess. But like I feel like your Twitter thing is showing me. I mean, it's honestly, I don't know if it's subconsciously or consciously. I feel like I give bigger tips, maybe because of Bill Pulte. Maybe, I mean, that's because when there's someone who's really good and trying really hard, I'm like, okay, don't even look at the bill. Just give them what you think that they should make and make them
do that, right?
Yeah, and you're right. And it's it's almost like, I guess, a selfish thing for my son and I were at dinner at a local restaurant, not an expensive restaurant, and we gave the lady $100 tip. She was so happy. We were so happy, and we still talk about it. It's like having those
made her year, literally.
Yeah, and so having those moments, is what this is about. You know, and I love that you did that thing with Mr. Beast and the other guy. Like that's.
Well, so I'm glad you brought up Mr. Beast, because now there's this almost whole genre of content centered around philanthropy and content. I mean, do you see yourself as kind of like the founding father of that? Do you, or how do you see that?
No, I don't. I think a lot of people say things like that, but I think that we definitely lit a spark in terms of direct giving and stuff, and people have followed that. But Mr. Beast was doing a lot of that, and he is, I think, a very big innovator in the space, and I think you're going to continue to see him doing more of that. It's crazy to me that people are finding ways to be negative about how he's helping people. I don't know if you've seen this recently, but
yeah, that was gonna be my next question.
I mean, it's totally crazy. I mean, they're maniacs. I mean, I just think this world has kind of made some people go a little nutty, and it's sad to see, because he's literally curing people of blindness, and people are still finding a reason to hate on him. And then he's also, giving away 20,000 shoes or something like that to kids in Africa. And they somehow say that he's exploiting them or whatever. I mean, it's total garbage, total nonsense. But that's the state of where we're at, I guess, these days is, somebody said, as we've heard the old saying, no deed goes unpunished. My philosophy in philanthropy is all deeds get punished. So, if you're going to do anything, you should just, even if it's the most positive thing in the world, you should expect for somebody to find.
So did you get negative hate?
Oh yeah, I continue to get it. I mean, it's gone down significantly, but I mean, if I showed you the mentions that I got when I first started Twitter Philanthropy, a lot of other people would have just folded up and said, we're done with it. And a lot of people say, well, you have a lot of thick skin these days. You have a lot of thick skin. How do you put up with all this? It's like, they don't understand. I've been dealing with this kind of stuff for years, with these people saying different things and coming up with things. And as we all know, being, social media people or being out there is, the longer you do it, the more thick skin you get.
Yeah, I just volunteered on this credit committee for Voyager. I was in this bankruptcy, and I was literally like focused on the average Joe and the hate from a very small minority, and when eventually I can speak, it's going to be crazy. Like the stuff that I was accused of, these things, it was the direct opposite. And it's like, yeah. So you kept going with it though. So you ignored the hate, right? I mean, that's,
embrace the hate, bring it on.
That's what you did. Okay. So did you fight back with them? Did you say comments back, or you just ignored it?
A little bit here and there, but some of the bigger guys have given me some advice, which is to not even pay attention to it. And I think that's been some of the best advice that I've gotten. And when I say pay attention, it means, respond or get in fights or nits and gnats. And, I learned that early on.
Yeah. No, that's interesting, because it is those negative ones that you could have 100 compliments in a day about what you're doing, and one person that just rips it, that's what you're going to remember. And that's just like the nature of media. I know one of the editors of Deadspin, and he said whenever there was a news item, they would take the negative view no matter what, because that's what would get shared. So if Mark Cuban bought another company or sold another company, instead of them writing the news, they would say, this maniac is trying to take over the world. You know what I mean? So that their things would get shared, and it was a way for them to get traffic. But yeah, it's tough. This world and people, the immediate hate of people is just, it's sad.
Mm-hmm. And I think guys like you guys are going to continue to gain more and more steam, because people are maybe not so sick of that as much as they're craving some of the content that you guys put out there. And, I think a lot of these traditional media, you don't need me to tell you, is shaking in their boots that guys like you are just catching on total fire.
And what we try to do is make information easier to consume by educating, inspiring, or helping someone make a decision, be it bullish or bearish on a stock. I worked for a media company that I had to recommend 5 stocks a day, and that's just impossible if I'm picking fundamentals. It's a disservice. So then I started this Benzinga thing, and we're about 180 people. But what do we try to do? Educate, inspire, and help people make decisions. There's enough negative things going on in this world: depression, anxiety. So if we can tell the stories that inspire people, give information easier to consume, and not talk down to people, we think makes a difference. And I think that's one of the reasons you see every single brokerage platform now uses us for their news. And I think it's just we try to be, it's for us, by us. What'd you say?
Why do you think that is? If you had to sum it up in 1 or 2 sentences.
I think we found a better way to deliver information to people when they want it and how they want it. That's it. Like, we make it much. A quick example is Tesla reports earnings or numbers. You have to see a whole explanation. What you want to know is, here are the numbers. What does that mean? So people were expecting this. What's this mean? Like, we right away we do the who, what, where, why every time. Who, what, where, why every time. So that way, if you already know what the earnings are, but you want to know what this means for the stock, or you want to know what Pulte's doing with, the SVB case and giving rewards out, what does it mean? How could that impact someone? That's what we try to do. We always try to do the takeaway without talking down to people. And by the way, we still don't do a great job at it. We're probably out of an 8 out of 10, 7 out of 10. We're getting better, but we're still not there where it's every article if you see a Benzinga article, you know it's a Benzinga article. The thing with digital media these days, we have a lot of people that follow us. Like, so we start a format and we'll see the format in other places. So it's just like, you have to have your brand and your personality. Kind of like how Barstool has done a great job at carving their personality. So we're starting to do a lot more personality stuff, but I think people want to believe that there's something else besides big Bloomberg and these kind of companies where the hedge funds and Wall Street make money before the average Joe.
Yeah, I love it. And you're going to continue to take market share. And the best thing is they won't even see it coming because they just laugh at you guys. I'm sure they laugh. They laughed at Barstool forever.
Yeah, and like trends, cannabis we started covering many years ago. We now have the biggest cannabis event in the B2B space. So at Fontainebleau in Miami, April 10th, gratuitous, branding, whatever, the Benzinga Cannabis Capital Conference. We'll have 2,500 people there that are investors, like B2B companies, like the industry's hurting. So there's a deal makers room, or deals will be purchased live there. Wow. And literally everyone comes there, and it's our 6th time doing it. And and there's a bunch of celebrities like, Isaiah Thomas, but like bunch of like Mike Tyson, all those guys are there, and it's and all the CEOs from every cannabis company come. It's that one event a year that they all, so, at the end of the day, if we can help connect people or investors to companies and do it in the right way, we think there's a good model out there. And media, if you do it the right way, there's a lot of products you can deliver later on. That's the key, So
I agree.
So that's the story.
Well, Bill, I know we've taken up a lot of your time, and I want to let you get on with your day. You're a busy guy, but I just want to let you know you've inspired me. I want to get in on this action. I mean, I can't. I made a little bit of money in the market today. I can't do as much, but I'm going to tweet out right now that I want to give away $250.
Whoa, Aaron, what's
to
going
someone
on?
who maybe is struggling with like higher food costs right now. They just need to buy food for their family. What do I need to do? Like, once I get some replies or retweets, how do I vet someone to make sure they're not just trying to steal my money?
Just use your gut, use your instinct,
Okay.
And look, 10% of the time I view, you might get scammed. I think it's actually less, but if you help people and 10% of the time you get scammed, 90% of the time you're helping people who legitimately need it. So don't beat yourself up if you get scammed, but my guess is you'll probably be pretty good with the 250 you give away today.
All right. Well,
and Aaron, what's your Twitter? I know it's on the screen, but just say it for everyone.
At AaronBry5, AARONBRY, the number 5. I'm gonna go ahead and tweet this as soon as we get off. Hopefully we get.
I'm sure you're gonna follow through and pay on it. So that's
100%. I've got my Venmo or Cash App open, ready to go. Like I said, I made some money on the market today. I don't. Someone out there needs it more than I do.
And now I look bad. So
you can help me, Jason, just by retweeting it because you have more Twitter followers than I do. So
or we can give 500.
You want to match it
in honor of Bill Pulte?
In honor of Bill Pulte.
In honor of him.
Benzinga will give out $500 today.
Yeah.
And Bill, if you want to help us out and retweet it
you don't need to put that. We're not having you on for you to retweet. Don't worry about that. Okay, but you can, but you do not need to.
And thanks for having me. And I'm happy to come on anytime. So you guys just let me know.
All right, you're awesome. I've heard a lot about you over the years, and you're right about your bonus. Putting that money out there is smart because as you mentioned at your company or the company you're at, there was some malfeasance going on, and you helped get that clean. So you're the man. People admire you. You stood up. You stood up for what is right, and that's what's important. It wasn't who is right; it was what is right, and you stood up for it, and you didn't back down, and that's very commendable.
Not about the who, it's about the what.
There you
Always.
go. There you go.
There you go. All right, Bill. Well, again, thank you for hopping on. We got to get you on again in the future because it's been a great conversation. Enjoy the rest of your Thursday. We'll talk soon.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Jason. See you guys.
Thank you. See you.
That's freaking awesome. He's an amazing guy.
Yeah, to do all that, I mean, Dow was up some points.
Yeah, let's talk about the market for a second before we go. I'll pull up my portfolio, my Robinhood.
Wait.
Look at this. Jason.
Someone told me to taste my soup. Okay, I'll taste the soup. Okay, here, I'll taste it right
Why
now.
are you guys making Jason eat his soup? He told me he didn't want to eat anymore, but now he has to.
Yeah, I'm trying to lose weight.
He's
Look
trying to lose weight.
at the blimp on the screen.
All right, look at this. So I had some SPY.
Here, I'll do one more taste. Okay, but now we got the blimp back on.
Okay, the blimp.
All right.
It's like the movie The Whale with Brendan Fraser.
I never saw it.
I didn't see it either, but I don't need to now. We got it.
We got him right here. The whale's here. Roar. But I was at my low. I was at 214 today. Started the week at like 218, so we got for like a little less than that, 217. So we got 3 pounds down.
Look at this. I'm kind of okay. Help me not be upset.
I can't see the messages on the screen. Can you make the font bigger?
The chat bigger?
Yeah, like what? Like, can you see that?
Yeah.
No way.
I can. Well, go back. Make it even smaller than it was, and I'll show you. I can read it. All right.
No
Stop
chance.
Hunter says ES something backdrop up by the 4,000 market on the move. Pickle Jim is saying
you couldn't really read
next
that?
Bill Pulte.
Okay, make it bigger. You can't read it either, or you're a bad reader.
No, okay, someone said F wonk. Someone said F wonk. That's the F1 thing.
Go bigger. Come on.
Jay Rice said something going green.
All right,
I want you guys to see it's very small right now. I have really good eyes, but it's very, very small right now. Make it a little bigger, please.
Here, I got you. Ready?
Yeah. Oh my God, he's screwing with us now.
No, we got Rohan. Can they hear us? Rohan on the screen. Can they hear us?
They can hear me.
All right, so guys, we got Rohan. This is Rohan's back. He was literally in Turkey, Jamaica, India, Africa for like a 4-week vacation, 5-week vacation. When you work at Benzinga, it's like 4 months on, 8 months off. So he was on the 2 month sabbatical.
Yeah, it's like I'm a teacher.
It's like he's a teacher.
The Stop Hunter, help me be okay with myself that I sold a lot of my SPY calls, and I'd probably be up like $2,000 right now had I not sold some of them. But I'm still up 460 on the day, 250 of which I'm giving away.
Wait, are you guys gonna follow Aaron Bree and get the 250? I'm giving 250 away as well.
All right, wait.
So
should I get the tweet out right now?
yeah, and then is Corey here? Is Corey Sickman here today? Or is she on the Rohan vacation plan? Why is the camera just on me? Put it on Aaron. What's up with that?
Oh my God, I am getting some follows now. No, I put it on you because I got to get this tweet out. I'm focused.
But I'm
focused.
I need to eat the soup.
Which is more important, me giving away 250 to someone or you eating the soup?
I don't know. What do you guys think is more important? Aaron giving the 250 away, press 1, or me eating the soup, 2. If you say 1, that's Aaron giving 250 away, or me eating the soup, that's 2. So you go ahead. What up, Tiny Pie? What up? How you be? Missed ya. I don't know why I haven't been on more. This is crazy. They don't let me come on. We need personalities here. Aaron, I don't know. Oh, wait, my soup's on. My soup. See, I want this soup. I want to drink it, but I'm afraid my mom will say, Jason, that was so inappropriate. You're on TV and you're eating soup. You know, when people chew gum in their interviews, my mom goes crazy. Oh, you got 1-1 so far.
All right, so I asked Steven because I was saying I was upset.
Soup, all of a bite of soup. Okay, fine.
I asked the Stop Hunter, Steven Hodt, our earlier guest. I was upset because oh my God, that's all right, we can't do that. I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
This is bad YouTube. I was upset because I sold some of my contracts. He had a really good comment. He said, "Are you richer than you were when you started the day?" And I am. Well, as long as I actually sell I don't know. Yeah, I am. So even though I'm upset that I didn't make it's the old thing, right? Bears make money, bulls make money, pigs get slaughtered. I can't be a pig. I gotta just be happy taking some profits. But I was yeah, I mean, shoot.
Aaron Bree, did your tweet go out?
I nailed it. No, I'm doing it right now.
Because I'll retweet it and then I'd say I'm gonna give 250 away. And just tell us what.
I'm finding a screenshot. Can someone grab me a screenshot of the interview with me next to Bill so I can post the video or the picture and say in honor of my interview with Bill Pulte.
How are you going to do that?
I need help. Someone help me. Just grab literally a screenshot from the interview like 5 minutes ago.
Okay, but if I grab it, how do I give it to you?
Okay, Rohan will be able to figure it out. He's a tech guy.
Rohan's in Jamaica. Is he back from Jamaica?
I think he's back.
You know we have this Carly Lust person?
Yes, Carly's
She comes
amazing.
in like 2 days a week.
No.
She applied for the internship. She didn't get the internship. She's not an intern. She's a part-time team member. She applied for the internship. We skipped the internship though.
Okay, good.
She's just started as a part-time.
She's better than she's better than an intern.
No, yeah. I mean,
not that there's anything wrong with being an intern.
Well, that's how she took it. I said she was an intern. She got really mad earlier.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like seriously mad. Like she filed an HR complaint on me. She like, yeah, she's like, yeah.
I wouldn't want to fight Carly, so you're lucky she didn't.
But you know what Carly has like unbelievable?
Singing voice.
Nope. Nope. I mean, that's probably cool. I haven't ever heard it, so I don't know. So no, what she has is, ear pods, they don't stay in my ear. Ear pods fall to my ear every time. Because my ears are open. Look, zoom into my ear. See, can zoom into my ear. Zoom into my ear. Have we zoomed in? Yeah. See how it's totally open here? Carly's are like this. You can just literally plop it in. They'll stay in forever. Ear pods fall to my ear in 2 seconds, and it's so sad. Honestly, I want plastic surgery in my ear so bad.
Right, Jason, is this the?
I want plastic surgery in my ear.
I gotta get a good picture of us because it's gonna be seen a lot on Twitter.
It's gonna be seen a lot.
Well, people are gonna retweet.
That's
it.
fine. You gotta cut the. Yeah, I don't care how I look.
All right.
Look at me. Do I
The
think I care how I look? Think I care how I look? Look at me. You got the blimp. You got Jason the blimp.
The whale.
The whale. The whale. Sorry. So no, Carly's ears, the ear pod can just pop right in. The ear pods for me, they literally fall right out. I want ears that are closed up. I'm really annoyed by that.
Who's all right?
Who's Carly? She's the one over there. She used to be an intern here.
I'm looking at.
Oh wait, she just swore. We're on TV. You can't say, "Are you effing kidding?" You can't say that.
You can say whatever you want here.
I know you were never an intern. You're just too easy to tease. Relax.
Okay.
We know. She just goes, "I'm not an intern." She hates the word interns. By the way, I'm an intern. Yeah, I am.
In honor of.
I started as an intern.
My interview with Pulte.
No, I'm not the intern.
I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna say Jason.
Guys, Carly is really mad at me. She's gonna be talking about me behind my back all day today. Just so you guys know.
Should I say 500 or 250? Are you really?
What?
Are you really gonna match?
Yeah, you can come over and tell them if you want.
Giving away $500.
I thought it was $250.
Well.
Oh yeah. Do at me 500 combined.
I'm gonna say in
and then
honor
I'll
of my
retweet
interview,
it.
Jason Raznick and I are giving away $500 to someone.
No, someone's. Should we give 250 to each, two different people?
Oh, okay. Are giving away 250.
No, whatever's easier to write. 500. 500. Yeah.
Different. No, let's do 500 because it makes it. No, I'd rather give 250 to two different families.
I know, but you could say we're giving away $500.
Okay. Oh, you're right.
Okay, and then you can choose different people. You don't have to get all the detail and tell the history of when you had your first,
Are giving away $500
kiss. This is not about the history of your first kiss. Okay.
A family.
How old were you, by the way?
How old am I?
No.
When I had my first kiss, like 13.
No way.
Is that young?
What grade is that? 6th?
7th. Or 8th, maybe.
Was it between?
It was at a movie theater. It was at a movie theater. 2009. Obsessed, starring Beyonce and Idris Elba at the Chesterfield Mall in Missouri.
Were your teeth brushed?
You were not 13 in 2009.
All right, I was 12. I don't think that's that weird. We didn't do anything else in the movie theater. We didn't do anything else.
Is there any more feedback on our discussions right now? Because we need to create more suspense and stuff on this show.
In honor of my interview,
like Mr. Beast, he makes you tune in, makes you not turn off. That's what I'm trying to do right now. That's why I'm asking these questions.
Retweet. Should I say retweet?
Aaron.
To be in consideration. How does Pulte do it? Can someone send me an example of Pulte's tweet?
I'm joking, Aaron. Don't answer the question, okay?
Okay.
Write your tweet. Go look at Pulte's. You can open another Twitter tab and look at Pulte's, okay? Don't answer the question. I'm just joking.
I'm going to answer.
But you guys, Aaron might tell his wait, no one's commenting, so I'm not going to do that. Are you guys do you guys have the full feed on? Because the last post thing I see is Easy Mike. I mean, no one's commenting. I'm not going to ask them. Are we frozen or something? Aaron Thomas, do you have it the right way in the back end so it shows the most recent versus all? It says can't post comments to some destinations.
All right, retweet to be in consideration. Is that confusing? Do people retweet?
Why don't you just go copy the man, the myth, and the legend, Pulte? Go look at his. I don't trust what you're writing. No, I can't tell you if it's right, but I don't trust what you're writing.
Okay.
So go copy the man, myth, legend.
I'm going through his Twitter. I'm going through his Twitter right now.
Yeah.
Okay, I will be buying dinner.
Oh, wait, Jason, we see you. Oh, hold on. Oh, the people are commenting. Chris Kaji's here. I love Chris Kaji. I love him. He's the man. But Chris may get mad at me if I ask this question of Aaron, so I'm not going to ask.
Okay. Now I'm curious what it is. Can you just ask it? It's a joke. We'll say it's a joke.
I want to ask, but I don't want to ask. It's like a joke when I was talking about your first kiss. It was like a joke in that regard.
The
breath
thing? The teeth thing?
No. No, there's girls in here right now. I can't really go.
Okay.
If there's no girls in here.
Oh, okay. We did this.
No,
on
but you don't know what I was going to say.
I don't know what you were going to say.
I was not going to say the question about going to West Virginia. I was not going to say, what's that? What's that? What face was that?
Why West Virginia?
That's what you thought I was going to ask.
I don't know what that means.
What? Okay, what do you think I was going to ask then?
I don't know what you were going to ask.
You just said, oh,
because when we were talking about movie theaters, we did a podcast clip earlier, one of these like behind the scenes office things where I asked, what is the furthest, someone's gone in the movie theater, and they acted like it was a really inappropriate question. And I was like, we're adults. We should be able to talk about this. Like, have you like made out? Did you, get to second base in the movie theater? And it was, so I'm curious. I'm going to ask you that. I mean, have you ever gotten to second base in movie theater?
Okay. This is my question for you is funnier, but Shilon here, I'll tell you a joke. Have you ever seen the movie Constipated, Aaron?
You've told me this joke a million times. You want me to ruin it for you, or do you want to say
No,
it?
neither has anyone else.
Why is that?
It hasn't come out yet. Bada bing!
Where's like the drum? There we go. That's what I was looking
But
for.
Aaron, the question I don't want you to answer is what's your body count?
Oh man, yeah, we're not talking about that.
Michael Murray wants to hear too. He stopped and it's Michael. You want to come on the screen? This is an eligible bachelor, Michael Murray. Come on in, real quick. No, he's not coming. All right, maybe he's not an eligible
Look
bachelor.
how red you made me.
Scott Rush. Well, that was you. That's what I thought you said. I thought you said Virginia. That's what I thought you were. That's why I said I haven't gone to West Virginia. West Virginia.
I was from Missouri.
I thought Michael Murray is coming on. Look at his arms.
Yeah, look at him.
His arms can't even stay in his shirt.
Michael Murray some bigger shirt. He hasn't been able to buy a new shirt since sophomore year of high school. So he's stuck wearing. He's
stuck wearing shirts from high school. He literally he's stuck wearing these shirts from high school. Like give him a side view. Like turn your arm. Like yeah. Like can we get him a shirt? Like this is crazy.
This is from Oshkosh B'gosh.
Yeah, I mean, why would he have his high school shirt on? So that's Michael Murray. We have this new show called Eligible Bachelors and Dating. So it's a dating show.
We don't. We don't.
Oh, we didn't start that yet? Oh, I thought that's when I thought it starts next week. So Michael, if you're here now, you're gonna find out Michael's the first one. Yeah, I'm just kidding, okay, guys? Michael's married and all that stuff, okay? Michael Murray shops in the kids section.
The Gap. He's at the Gap kids section.
Michael, do you hear what why'd you hide that? Don't hide that. Someone wrote Michael Murray shops in the kids section. He's okay. He's getting some. Okay, so guys, we got March Madness going. We got scores. We got Valors. Let's go. Give them some updates.
You think how far do you think Michigan's gonna make it this year?
I think did Michigan win the first game of the NIT?
I think so. Actually, they did.
Did they? I want to know. I don't know.
I think they did.
What score? Can you look it up? No, it's Tuesday night.
Let's see. Michigan basketball. I mean, is Juwan Howard going to be on the hot seat for missing the?
Not this year. Next year they will.
They beat Toledo, or not they? Michigan basketball team beat Toledo 90-80.
Oh wait, Aaron, I'm going to ask you a question. And you have to answer without any pause. Okay?
Not the body count question.
Nope,
okay?
but you have to answer without any pause. Okay? You promise?
Promise.
Say the first word. Valley Bank.
Silicon.
Silicon. Why can't you say silicon?
If you would have given me 1 second to think about it, I would have said it correctly.
He says Silicon Valley Bank. It's Silicon Valley Bank. Silicon, not silicone. We're not going to get implants. It's Silicon Valley Bank.
Okay,
what is the issue?
So silicone is a word. It's just a different type of.
I think it's those things they put in people to make them bigger muscles. I guess
Bigger muscles.
Yeah, like
Silicon.
What?
Silicon?
Silicon Valley Bank. He says silicone.
Silicon.
No. Oh. My. I knew I'd get him because I told him. Okay, Michigan plays. Chris Kaji's reporting. Michigan plays Saturday. Jet Howard out for the game was a struggle. What? Why is Jet Howard out? Is he quit? Is he done because he's going to the NBA? He's a first-round draft pick, Chris Kaji. He is. Wait, I want to see what Chris says. So University of Michigan Wolverines, they did not make the NCAA tournament. I'm a fellow alumni from there, so I'm a big fan. Very sad about them not making the tournament. But Chris Kaji said Jet Howard did not play. So I would like to know, is he playing in the next game? Oh, injury. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Holy shit. All right, let's take a moment of silence. Stop. Moment of silence for Jet Howard because he's a first-round draft pick. Ready? Yep, he's suing out for the NBA, but his dad. Yeah, Chris, he's for sure first. So I have some friends that own NBA teams, and they've assured me that Jett Howard's a first-round draft pick. So that rumor sounds right. Okay. Hey, did you bring Chris on the show that one day I told you to?
No, because he was. I think we were busy. I talked about his article though. I forget.
I want to start
the exact.
The Benzinga articles are great. I want to start bringing the writers of the articles on the show daily. So if you agree, just do it. Don't ask.
I know, but a lot of times the writers are busy.
Chris denied you for at a certain time. You couldn't do it.
Right.
You could have found another time, Aaron. It's called compromise. Okay.
Chris, you remember what the exact article was? I know I talked about it on the show. I brought it up and we read it.
Spy pulling back, but since I posted it, well, did you ever post your thing?
I'm doing it right now.
You got to post for that. That's why I'm killing time.
I know.
I'll tell another joke if they want. You guys want another joke?
Yeah, we do want another joke.
All right, ready? Aaron, what rhymes with mop?
Bot.
What rhymes with bop?
Tot.
Faster. What rhymes with top?
Lot.
What rhymes with lot?
Cot.
What do you do at a green light?
Stop.
Oh, really?
I mean, he got me too. I don't need to I didn't even realize it after that. I was like, that was easy. I was like, give me another one, Jason. This is easy.
Rohan, if this clip is not cut out that stop top thing, riddles at Benzinga, then Rohan, you know what? You're the new
All right, I got.
You're fired. Yes, that's good. Who just did that? I was right. You're fired. That's it. You're fired. It's easy. Opportunity letter. We're skipping. You're fired. Okay. That's a separate clip. Come on. That was great.
That was great.
Here, I got one more joke for you, dude.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, ready? You have to go fast. Ready?
All right, you ready?
What rhymes with mo?
Toe.
What rhymes with toe?
Show.
Faster. Rhymes with show. Low.
Grow.
What rhymes with grow?
Low.
What do you do at a red light?
Stop.
Yeah, delete that one, Rohan. Delete that one. That one didn't happen.
All right, I'm getting the tweet out right now. If you guys are still watching, at AaronBree5, the tweet will be out.
Yes, my daughter taught me that one, and my son. That's right.
Tweet will be out at AaronBree5. You got to go. I'm not even doing retweet because I don't want people to think I'm like doing it for retweets or for followers. But you do have to like the tweet just like I have a.
You have to put something to let them know how do they win. How do they get it?
To a family in need that likes this tweet. A person or family in need.
Did you at me that you said Jason Raznick and I are doing it?
And
you add Pulte?
I did.
Okay. That likes his tweet. There you go. Yeah, could do that. Okay. All right, you ready? Let's do it. Did you know any of the elephant? I can't read it. It's too small. You guys are so annoying. Did you know any of the elephant and
is this Bill or did someone put the wrong guy on the that was just like an older picture of him?
I guess, yeah. I mean, it looks like Ryan Faloona.
It does. It's just gonna be really embarrassing if I tweet this and it's not him.
I don't know. Do any of you know? Do you know any of the elephant and ants jokes? No. Okay. Hey, question, Aaron.
Yes.
What rhymes with most? Faster. Come on.
All right. Most roast.
What rhymes with roast?
Boast.
What rhymes with boast?
Coast.
What rhymes with toast?
Zoast.
Yeah. What do you put in toaster oven?
Toast. Bread. You put bread in the toaster oven. You take toast out of the toaster oven.
Oh my God, you're so easy. All right, guys. I hope you enjoyed it. It was nice being on. I know it's a nice tight community. Share with your friends. Sign up for Benzinga Pro if you're not a member. I would appreciate that. So would Perry. It'd be very kind. Come to the Benzinga Cannabis event. BenzingaCannabis.com. Just BZ Cannabis. Come meet us.
This out. I'm going to
tweet this out.
I'm going to your Twitter right now to retweet this.
My Twitter?
Yes. I hacked into it.
But you should say a little message.
Oh, quote tweet it?
I don't know. Why do you let me look at it?
Huh?
Let me look at it.
All right. Let's see if you like. I'm gonna put the link to the show under it so people know to watch the full interview here. All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in.
So what was the body count? In honor of my interview, you don't have the picture of Bill Pulte.
I didn't know if it was him or not.
Dude, this ruins.
All right, should I delete it and repost it? It's too late now. People are already liking it.
You only have 3 likes, dude.
Right,
redo this.
I redo it.
Delete it. That's terrible.
If I delete it, people are gonna be like, "Oh, I'm on
Just delete it.
I'm on your Twitter account. I can't delete it from
Delete it.
All right, we're deleting it.
You need the photo.
Can we get the clip? Can we get a clip up really quick of just Bill Pulte's interview so I can?
You had it. They sent you a picture of the 3 of us. What was wrong with that?
I know, but then if I posted the link to the YouTube video, it would have been the whole 2-hour show, and
No,
I want to
just
tweet just the clip of Bill Pulte's interview.
Come on.
I hope he didn't retweet it, but I already deleted it. Now people are gonna think like I'm a faker. All right, guys, thanks for tuning in today. Please smash the like. Go to Aaron Bree 5 to follow me on Twitter to go ahead and smash that like and potentially win $500. Actually, $250 because we're gonna do $250 to 2 different people. Love you guys. We'll be back next week. Till then, happy trading, stay green, and peace and love. Oh wait, I'm not. Can someone play the outro, please? I'm not in StreamYard right now. Or I'm not in the streaming service.
Peace.
Peace.
This is Benzinga Live. Spencer Israel and producer AB. What's up, everybody? How we doing?
Someone told me buy high, sell higher.
Let's get Matt Hammond on the show to talk some IPOs. Jake Wojacek from Trend Spider. We have a breaking news.